And once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here at Maple Grove Raceway. And now, good morning to everyone at home on Diamond State Digital. I want to welcome everyone again for the last time to the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown here at Maple Grove Raceway by FRBR Promotions. We're excited to get this last day underway, and it has been a great weekend here regardless of the weather. We really enjoy everybody coming out and being with us, and we appreciate those that have stuck through the ups and the downs of the weather over the weekend. But today we got nice sunshine. We're going to get this race all the way done and completed and send everybody home with smiles on their faces as FRBR does. So without further ado, let's get this thing started. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please rise for the playing of the national anthem. And we thank you. And with that said, it is time to go racing. So, ladies and gentlemen, in lanes 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. Here we go. First pair, Matt Patterson, 667 in the truck. Far lane, 663. We've got a drag race down at the straight. Wind light, give it to Patterson. 677-1 in the 667 as Farlane puts it one above 7 in the losing effort. I'm going to have to find the buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower, which is now officially open. For no box, $60 gets you back in for $5,000. William Hines in the pickup, 631, taking on Steve Dustin. Steve, 725 in the Mustang. The wind light, give it to Steve. 731 with a 0 on the 725 with a 16 light. Hines, 634, 1 on the 631 for the loss. Skylar Stump, 560 in the Camaro. Taking on Jeremy Stoker, 660. Wind light good to Stoker. Trip, zip up front, takes a double breakout win. 657.4 on the 660. As Stump, 557.1 on the 560 for the loss. Kevin Fahey, 808. Here, tower side in the Charger, taking on Matt Richeza in the pickup. The FRBR house truck, 577. Richeza in trouble, but gets it done on the big end. He's 29, puts it 2 above 1 for the win. Be 50 total. Kevin Fahey, 003 up front, but can't run the number. 813 with a 2 on the 808. Joe Dedrick up now, 632, taking on Michael Franks. Franks here, tower side, 637. According to the computer screen, that car here, tower side, identifies as an S10. Wind light, give it to Dedrick. Double breakout run. 629.0 on the 632 with a 15 late. Franks, 45 up front, goes 631.6 on the 637. Both drivers came to party. Bill Wackerman, 688, taking on Bobby Pennebaker, 7 flat. Wind light, tower side to Wackerman, 689. 4 on the 688 with a 28 light. Pennebaker, 40 on the hit, goes 7017 on the 7 flat dial. Terry Neiman in the Nova, 644. Taking on George Fisher in the Camaro, 615. Win light, give it to Neiman, 6:45.5 on the 6:44. With a 33 light, Fisher was late and then broke it out trying to get there, 6:12 with an 8 on a 6:15, and no good. There's a Mendenhall on the starting line. I'm assuming, nope, that's definitely Nathan. He's, I think he just did the shimmy. Some kind of dance move down there. Don't even know what to say about that. 596 is the dial. Taking on John Olcott. 765 on the Monte Carlo. Nate gets the win there. 594.1 on the 596 with a 23 light as John dead on with an 8, throws it away with 002. He was set up and ready, but no good. Jana Embley, 621, and Nate Struck taking on Jillian Kleinfelter, 647. Win light, give it to Jana as Jillian late and slow. That's all we have to say about that. Soggy Dunn, my boy, 636 here tower side, taking on Mark Ketterer, 746 for the Dodge Aspen. Soggy gets the win, 15 dead 7, be 22 total. Ketterer, 36 dead 3, not a bad lap, but Soggy was ready for him. Macy Stewart, 627 here tower side, taking on Tim Alabach, 619 in the Camaro. Albach turns a 001 red, then breaks out 618 with a 1 on 619. Macy trip zip up front. Thing goes 625.4 on the 627. Ted Miley here tower side, 736, taking on Mike Tremblay in the motorcycle, 570. Give the win to Ted Miley, 17. Goes 733.5 on the 736. As Tremblay turns a big time red, goes 573.1 on the 570. Jamie Cologne, 592, taking on Ray Barlow here tower side in the Mustang, 599. Win late, give it to Ray Barlow. 596.6 on the 599 with a 008 late. As Cologne 590 with a 9 on a 592, but turns it 005 red. Jake Narr 551. Greg Myers 583 here tower side. And Jake needs to go see State Farm and needs probably some insurance after that. 554.5 on the 551 at 119 with a 12 reaction time. Gets taken out by Greg Myers, who is 40 total, dead on 0. Somebody give Jake a hug. Will Marshall 598 taking on Scott Embley in the pickup 658. Winley, give it to Will Marshall, 007, double breakout win, 596.6 on the 598. Embley, he goes 654.9 on the 658 for the loss. JT Schaefer, tower side, 640, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 703. Give the True Start win there to Ken John, 773, goes 008 red, and then goes down and goes 771.8 on the 773 dial. Jeff Albach here, tower side, 15 red, goes 663.7 on the 665. Oh, this will be a good one. Brock Mosier, 656 in the pickup, taking on Marty Flegel in the Nova, 558. I'm sure this wasn't planned. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the Morris Performance Trans Saturday shootouts are now going to be Sunday shootouts. We need 50 cars in top bulb and 50 cars in no box to run the shootout, and we need 25 junior dragsters. So if you want to race, we still have a lot more racing for you. Give the win there to Marty Flegel as Mosier turns it red. Flegel, 556.2 on the 558. An unconventional 52 late for him. And Mosier, 652.8 on the 656. Thea Meyer, 605. Taking on Tony DiLeonardo, 599. So once again, we will be running the shootouts here today. We need a minimum of 50 cars in each class for top bulb and no box, and 25 in junior dragsters. Get the win there to Tony DiLeonardo. Dead on with an 8. It'd be 79 total. Takes out the 89 reaction time with Thea Myers, who breaks it out. Trying to get there. 6039 on the 605. 1280 the dial here, Tower Side for not on file. Taking on Robert Bates, 583. Joe Coleman. We got the tech card sitting here. Just got turned in a little bit ago. This is a long wait, and we have almost identical reaction times. Down at the stripe, it's going to be tight. Wind light, dead on with a 3 is Robert Bates to be 112 total. Coleman here, Tower Side, had to put it dead 0, but instead breaks it out by almost a 10th. 1271.2 on a 1280 dial. Next up, Rich Windler in the Mustang, 641. Taking on Kurt Holland here, Tower Side, 630 for the Camaro of Holland. Windlight, give it to Windler. He's dead on with a 2 to be 18 total. Holland goes 11 up front, 1 above 6, 27 total, and no good. 009 margin of victory going to Windler. Matt Bukowski here, Tower Side, 633. Taking on Evan Powell, 656. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need all of no box to 3 and 4, please. All of no box to 3 and 4, please. Throttle game being played on the big end. Give the wind light to Witkowski. He's 8, 1 above 6 to be 24 total. Locks out Powell's 30 reaction time. He breaks out trying to get there. 654.7 on the 656. Dave Harvey III, 680 the dial. Taking on the 637 dial of John Alloway here, Tower Side. Windlight, give it to Harvey. As Alloway turns it red, Harvey 678.9 on the 680. And Alloway 634.2 on the 637. Jeff Serra, 598. Here, Tower Side, in the pickup. Taking on Michael Lombardo, 745 in the Camaro. Windlight, give it to Jeff. 599.3 on the 598 with a 63, swapping hooves. And Lombardo breaks it out, 741.0 on the 745. Jesse Marshall, 723, taking on Dennis McCloskey. I like that. Denny, 650. Triple N's on the Dennis as well. That really adds, you know, some character to it. Dennis McCloskey taking on Jesse Marshall, 723. Oh, I could watch that Firebird leave all day. Picks him up, sets him down. Win late, give it to McCloskey. 651-1 on the 650 with a 22 late. Marshall 62 up front and breaking it out 3 thou on the big end. 722.7 on the 723. Trish Witt, I hope she's racing in the Leighton McQueen Crocs she was rocking earlier. Very impressive and got to be intimidating when you're lining up next to her down in the staging lanes. 571 for the Camaro, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 629. And Trish, 002 red, give the win to Andrew, who goes 22 total. Dead egg on the lap as Trish was ready to really get the job done on the big end. 566.2 on the 571 dial. Stone Cold Steve Dustin back up for his second. 728, taking on Ed Binkovitz, 660. That is driver out of Coppersburg, PA. Double 02 margin of victory. Give it to Ed. 14, 1 above 3, 27 total to take the 002 margin of victory over Dustin, who is 18, 1 above 1 in the losing effort. Roy Way, 627 in the pickup. Taking on Kevin Fahey, 809 in the Charger. Win late, give it to Roy. 626.9 on the 627 with a 53 late, and Kevin, red up front, goes 816 with the 2 on the 809. Win late there, give it to Walt Haas as Denny Renninger turns it 004 red. Haas was absolutely ready to party. 714.7 on the 727 dial. And Renninger, 747.2 on the 745 with the red light loss. Logan Jett, 820 here, tower side. Taking on David Leith Sr., 635 for the Mustang. We will open sign-ups for the shootouts at the conclusion of buybacks. The shootout sign-ups will start at the conclusion of buybacks. But want everybody to know that we are doing the shootouts. Once again, we need 50 cars in top bulb, 50 cars in no box, and 25 in juniors to do the shootouts. So at the conclusion of buybacks, we will be starting the sign-ups for the shootouts. And a little debris out there at just past 3:30. Track crews run out and grab it. Winley give it to Ray Fordyce. 6:59.8 on the 6:58 with a 37 late, as Bruce Persons was 004, but couldn't run the number at all. 6:22.7 on the 6:14 dial. Brian James 6:28 in the Camaro Tower side, taking on Samuel Morgan 6:73 for the S10 over in the Octane 94 lane. Winlight give it to Samuel Morgan. 009 up front, goes 5 above 5 on the 6:73 dial, as Brian James with issues and is way slow. Dennis LeBlanc here, Tower side. 6:52, taking on Bob Mullaney. 6:73 in the Camaro. Give the win to Dennis here, Tower side, 37, and breaking it out, 6:44.7 on the 6:52. Everybody's just ready to party on Sunday. We are holding some numbers, to say the least. Bob Mullaney, 670 with a 3 on the 6:73, but turned it 24 red. Bill Wackerman, 688 on the Camaro, taking on Mark Kelly, 641 for Mark Kelly. Give the win there to Bill Wackerman, double breakout run. He goes 686.7 on the 688 with a 31 late. Kelly, 41 up front, goes 638.0 on the 641. Matt Patterson here, Tower side, 667. Caleb Klein in the Dodge Dakota, 651. Winlight gave it to Caleb Klein, 650 with a 2 on 651 with a 44 late. Patterson, 65 up front, then goes 664.8 on the 667. Lorenzo Gianna Tiempo over in the far lane, 618. Get the win here, Tower side to Chris Grodian, 720. I'll need some Cam Murray feedback. He's from New Hampshire. He's got to know him. It goes 718-2 on the 720 dial as Lorenzo turns a 007 red. Then goes 619 with a 4 and a 618. Soggy Dunn back up for his double. 635. Taking on Paul Stalba. 658 in the Corvette. .008 margin victory. Give it to Stalba, who is 12 total. 10 dead, 2. Takes out Dunn's 21 reaction time. Locks him out. He breaks it out 1 thou. 634.9 on the 635. Stalba moving on. Barlow, Ray Barlow here, tower side, 597. Taking on Joe Dedrick, 630. And again, we have called all cars for no box. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. All cars for no box have been called. Ray Barlow in control here. Win late. Ray Barlow, 1 above, 4 to be 15 total. Dedrick 15 on the hit. No good. Had to put it dead 0 to even mathematically possibly have a chance. Greg Myers, 583. Taking on Matt Consiglio, 672. Win late, give it to Consiglio. 674.5 on the 672 dial with a 57 light as Myers goes 90 total, 1 above 0 on the 583 dial. Theo Myers, 603, back up again, taking on Greg Ekus, 599. Get the win to Greg. Dead on with a 1 to be 69 total. Theo Myers, dead on with a 4, but 38 red, no good. Macy Stewart back up in the Chevelle, 625, taking on Will Marshall, 597. Macy broke yesterday, took over Dad's ride. And win late. Give it to Will Marshall. Dead on with a 0 to be 26 total. Macy was tripped last hit. Misses it a little bit here. Goes dead on with a 6 to be 82 total. And no good. Marshall moves on. Stewart hitting the buyback window. That is at the bottom of the timing tower. Kevin Mendenhall in the Chris Connor machine here. Tower side, 572. And we know it's not Chris because we can see his head shining down on the starting line. Taking on Jake Narr, 550 the dial for Jake. Win light, give it to Mendenhall. 007 up front, goes dead on with a 3 to be 10 total. As Nar, 23 on the hit and wasting gas, 29 total for Jake. He just got flat wore out by the old man there. And Chris Connor is walking off smiling. Going to go back and polish up the chrome dome. Paul Warner, here tower side, 717 for the wagon. Taking on Lindsey Holzman-Hain, 608 in the Mustang. Also, we have prizes still downstairs. Rich Nowitzki has first round of top from yesterday. Second round yesterday, Kevin Mendenhall in no box, Alphonse Magliocco in juniors, and Jeff Serra in top. And then round 3, no box was Dave Harris, top was Matt Pizzolatto. And then the dash for Cass, we still have Lorenzo, Gianna Tiempo, Joe Dedrick, and Ella Ketterman. Win light there, give it to Paul Warner. 008, 1 above 0 to be 18 total. Lindsay goes 1 above 4 on the 608 dial, but was late at the hit. Michael Worth here, tower side, 747, taking on Mark Ketterer, 746, almost heads up dial. And when you're heads up dial and Ketterer already has a few car links, I'm glad he found a brake pedal. 753.0 on the 746, as Worth 753.5 on the 747. That'd have been good reaction time back in the early 2000s, late 90s. But now that we have a 000 standard, not as much. Anybody that knows what the reaction times used to be back in the early 2000s and late 90s will understand how bad that light just was. Rob Reiner Jr. now, 581, taking on John Olcott, 766. Win light, give it to Olcott. 770 with a 0 and a 766 with a 23 light. Reiner, 584.2 and the 581 is no good. Jeremy Kleinfelter up now in the truck, 647, taking on Ted Zana, 676. Last and final call for no box. If you have not been down the track, you are as late gets. So get to the lanes, no box. Win late, give it to Kleinfelter. 004 up front, then goes 662.5 on the 647 dial as Ted with issues. And looking in the chat bleachers, Bracket Racing Superfan. We would all like to see Cam Murray get it done today, but unfortunately, the heart under the hood of the Big Dodge said, "See you later. I'm done racing for the weekend." So unless he found a rental ride, which I hope he did, Cam deserves a rental ride. Not necessarily for his good looks, but possibly for his personality. He deserves a rental ride. Hopefully somebody gave him one. And attention in the pits, Blittersdorf Automotive, round number 1 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters to lanes 2, 3, and 4. We need 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 2, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 3, and 13 to 17-year-olds to lane 4. Junior Dragsters, calls going out for you. Junior Dragsters. The call's going out for you. Nate Mendenhall, 596. Here, tower side, taking on Jeremy Stoker, 658. Stoker in control here. Win light, Stoker double breakout run, 657.4 on the 658 with a 24 light. Nate Mendenhall, 593.5 on the 596, but 36 at the hit, no good. Jana Emily, 621, and Bobby Pennebaker, 701. And Paisley has something to say.
No, I don't. You got that.
No. Paisley, it's all you.
Oh, Gianna has it. No, Gianna has it.
The only way it's getting read, it's on you.
Okay. First person that comes to the tower wearing crazy socks gets a gift card.
All right, first person to the tower with crazy socks. Crazy socks wins a gift card. Head to the bottom of the timing tower with your crazy socks on. Win light, give it to Jana. 624-1 on 621 with a 41 light. Pennebaker 706-4 on the 701 with a 46 light for the loss. Crazy socks. Crazy socks, a challenge going out to those wearing the crazy socks. First one to the timing tower wins a gift card. Terry Neiman, 642. 677 for Bill Colburn. Double breakout, give the win to Terry Neiman, 640 with a 5 on a 642 with a 41 light as Colburn 12 up front and then takes a football field. Goes 674-0 on the 677 dial. Layla Gockley, 733. Taking on Dennis Gerhardt in the wagon here, tower side, 590. Win light, Gerhardt, 593.6 on the 590 with a 43 light. Has Layla 91 up front, then goes 734.5 on the 733 for the loss. John Alloway back up, 647, taking on Shane Colburn, 673 in the Duster. Win light, give it to Colburn, 672.7 on the 673 dial. As Alloway turns it red and throws away dead on 7. JT Schaefer taking on Stacy Orth. Stacy dialed a 597 in her Camaro. The Mercury Caprice, 640. Here tower side. Winley, give it to Schaefer as Stacy turns a 005 red, then goes 598-1 on the 597. Schaefer, 38 dead 3 to be 41 total. Dave Harvey Jr. doesn't know what to do with his hands, but he's staging 701, taking on Tina Lacey, 583. Winley, give it to Harvey. 20, dead 5, 25 total. Tina, 7, and then puts it 3 above on the 583 dial. She goes 586.9 in the losing effort. Mike Griner, 581, taking on William Hines, 632. Lake give it to Hines, 633.6 on the 632 with a 28 Lake. Griner dead on with a 2, but 005 red. And headed to the buyback window, which is conveniently located at the bottom of the timing tower at FRBR Central. Ted Miley, 733. Far lane, 582. Bill Bates over in the far lane. Winlake goes to Bates, 582.4 or 582.5 on the 582 dial to be 59 total. Ted Miley 29 up front and then breaks it out. Took 34, had to take 30 or less there to get the electricity in his lane. Dan Grippo, 664, taking on Joe Grippo. I am sure they wanted this matchup in round number 1. 650. Winley give it to Dan, dead on with a 1 to be 85 total. Dave Harris here at tower side, actually, as the computer screen doesn't tell me the truth. Breaks it out 1 thou, took 67, needed to take 66 or less. Jeff Alabach, 665, taking on Ken Johns, 772. Johns turns a 004 red and then goes 777.9 on 772. Albach breaks it out 3 thou on the win, 664.7 on the 665. George Fisher back up in the Camaro, 612, taking on Kurt Holland. New school versus old school Camaro matchup. 630 here tower side. Winley give it to George Fisher as Holland is going to go burn that ticket as fast as he can. 002 red, breaks it out 1 thou, 629.9 on the 630. And Fisher gets the job done. Emily Albach, 621, taking on Trish Witt here tower side, 566 in the battle. Winley give it to Emily. 625.6 on the 621 with a 36 late. Trish was 31 up front, then goes 571.5 on the 566 dial. Marty Flagel back up in the Chevy twice, 558, taking on Robert Smith Chevy twice, 648. Flagel gets the win, 16, 554.9 on the 558. Smith, 10 red, and then goes 645.5 on 648. Rich Wendler in the Mustang, 640, taking on Steve Dickey, 609 in the Camaro. Windler turns it red, gives the win to Dickey. Dickey goes dead on with a 0 to be 37 total. Windler, 638-1 on the 640 dial. But 14 red and no good. Mike Tremblay back up on the bike, 573. Taking on the Mustang in the far lane, 599. Anthony DiLeonardo over in the far lane. Win light, give it to DiLeonardo. 14, one above 0 to be 24 total. The bike wasting gas all the way down. 574.5 on the 573 dial with a 73 light. Dan Grippo over in the far lane. 805 taking on Andrew Bracudo. 630 here tower side for the Firebird. Dan turns it red, gives the win to Andrew. Andrew 629.4 on the 630, as Dan 806.1 on the 805. John Hedenberg 649. Far lane 664. Win light, give it to the far lane 663.3 on the 664 dial with a 36 light. Hedenberg goes 49 up front. And then 648.2 on the 649 for the loss. Dave Harvey III, 678, taking on Jamie Cologne, 592. Win light, give it to Jamie Cologne. 005 up front, puts it 2 above 5 to be 30 total, locks out Harvey's 37 reaction time, and Harvey 677.6 on the 678 for the loss. Scott Emily back up in the truck, 654, taking on Ed Races, 611. Win light, give it to Ed. 17 goes 616.3 on the 611. As Emily, 657.7 on the 654, but 45 at the hit. And our wait and see by was Kyle Gockley. He waited. He saw that he doesn't have one. 601 the dial, taking on Bob Mullaney. 670 for the Camaro. Gockley drops it 008 red, and then goes 6 flat with a 5 on a 601. Mullaney 668.9 on a 670 with a 44 light. We'll move on. And once again, no box. If you did not find electricity in your lane, head to the first floor of the timing tower and grab yourself a re-entry for only $60. And we're ready for B&M Performance Junior Dragster. Round number 1, Blittersdorf Automotive, round number 1. Jameson Acevino here, Tower Sides, 1280, taking on Lincoln Wisniewski, 1380. And, wow, it's a little bit quiet out here. I want to wish a happy 13th birthday to Zoe Jane. As Lincoln grabs the win there, 1382 with a 6 on a 1380. As Jameson a little late, goes 1275, 4 on the 1280. Tower Side 1227, taking on Lorenzo Gianna Tiempo, 1191. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Morris Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb Door Cars to 1 and 2, please. All door cars to 1 and 2. Top Bulb Door Cars to 1 and 2 for round number 1 of competition. Wouldn't like give it here, Tower Side. Dead on with a 0. That's a dog point at the Sean Serra Memorial Drag Race. Lorenzo Gianna Tiempo, a little bit late, goes 1205 with a 9 on 1191. Moving up to the 10 to 12-year-olds, we got Paige Doney, 891, taking on Olivia Gale, 894. Winley, give it to Page. 885-1 on the 891 with a 35 light. Olivia turns at 29 red, goes 890 with a 7 on 894. Landon Anderson and Eli Stack. Anderson here, tower side, in trouble. Stack has the starting line advantage. Double breakout win, they'll give it to Stack. 890 with a 9 on 894 dial. As Anderson, 892-1 on the 896, gets the loss. Reagan Ketterman, 894, taking on Olivia Torchia, 909. And Reagan gets the win, 898.6 on the 894. As Olivia breaks it out, 907.7 on the 909. If you guys see Reagan's dad down in the staging lane smiling, it's not because Reagan just won, but because his true love in life, Chase Elliott, won last night at Atlanta. Logan Gianna Tiempo, 1080 here, tower side, taking on Evan Stack, 891 over in the Octane 94 lane. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Well, Evan Stack is going to learn a valuable lesson. Logan will get the win here as Evan goes 886.9 on the 891 dial for the loss. And Logan sits here broke. Levi Narr, can the buy run here, 894. And Nar, 894 with a 7, dead on. The 894 dial. We'll move on to round number 2. Thirteen to 17-year-olds up now. Madeline Brockmeyer, 814 here, Tower Side, taking on Zach Gale, 802 over in the far lane. Windley, give it to Madeline. 817.3 on the 814 with a 79 late. Zach 798.2 on this 802 for the loss. Anthony Magliocco, 790, taking on Joey Torchia, 791. Windley, give it to Anthony Magliocco. Double breakout run, 789.7 on the 790, as Joey 789.7 as well on the 791 for the loss. Ella Catterman up now, 796, taking on Mallory Stewart, 811. Big red light there for Mallory. Gives the win to Ella. Ella 795 with an 8 on 796. We'll move on. Mallory 8099 on the 811. Noah James 794. Taking on Frank Aragano III 796. Windley, give it to Frank, 793.0 on the 796 dollar, 27 late, double breakout with Noah James, who goes 788.6 on the 794. Danny Spots, 790, taking on Aaron Willing, 801. Winley, give it to Danny Spots. 39 up front, goes 783.5 on the 790 dollars. Aaron turns at 20 red and then goes 798.5 on the 801. Troy Steinke, 794 here, Tower Side, taking on Gabriella McCloskey, 790 over in the Octane 94 lane. Double breakout run, give it to Gabriella, 25, goes 787.9 on the 790 dollars. Troy, 001 up front, then goes 791.0 on the 794, and is no good. Paisley Anderson, 792, taking on JJ Schoenberg, 790. Win late by 001. Give it to Paisley Anderson. 17, 797.5 on the 792 as JJ 40 and then goes 793.3 on the 790. Paisley squeaks by with that one. Alphonse Maglioka III, 790, taking on Anna Willing, 792. Win late, give it to Alphonse. 795 with the 4 on a 790 with a 50 late as Anna 797.0 on the 792 for the loss. Once again, we have called top door cars to the lanes for round number 1. Top door cars have been called to the lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1. Madeline Torchia 790 taking on Gianna Troy. Troy 835, and sounds like there's been a loss of power. Oh, we got one stopped on the big end. So we'll shut everybody down, get that car off the track, and then be back to racing action. Once again, while it's quiet, the Morris Performance Trans Saturday shootouts are now Sunday shootouts. We'll open up those signups after the re-entry round. We need a minimum of 50 cars in top and 50 cars in no box. and 25 cars and junior dragsters to run the shootout. So as soon as they open, let's make sure we're getting there and signing up. Win light, give it to Madeline. Neither driver wanted it up front, but she gets it done on the big end. 789 with a 4 on a 790. As Gianna 833.5 on the 835 is no good. Jackson Griner 794 for the half scale in the Octane 94 lane. Pro Torque lane here, tower side. 795 for Logan Anderson. Win light, give it to Jackson Griner, 791 with a 0 on a 794 as he gets the double red light win there. Anderson 12 red goes 793.4 on the 795. Shane Connor 791 taking on Charlie Blittersdorf cue ball. 794 here tower side for the Blittersdorf Automotive Machine here in Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 1 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters. Win light, give it to Blittersdorf as Joe Dedrick has entered the chat. 796 the 2 on a 794. Shane Connor 787.0 on a 791 for the loss. Austin Schaefer 804 taking on Paul Stalba 803. And this one should be an easy win for Paul Stalba. It is. Takes the win there as Schaefer issues leaving. Stalba will move on to round number 2. Bella Troy gets the win there. Dead on with a 7 to be 16 total. Abigail Martin, one above 1. 67 total and no good. James Stack Jr. with the bye, 790. And Stack, 788.0 on the 790. And into Moore's Performance Transmissions, round number 1 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Andy Parcell 610 here tower side, taking on James Fowler 570 over in the far lane. Give the true start win to Andy Parcell. 002 red goes 616 with a 4 and a 610 as Fowler 16 red, then 593.3 on the 570. Shane Jett 595 in the Monte Carlo, taking on Marcus McClure 687 in the Nova. Winley give it to Marcus, 687.9 on the 687 dial to be 18 total, as Jett is wasting gas, 48 total, dead on with a 3. And the Maple Grove concession stands are open. They have homemade mac and cheese while supplies last. Homemade mac and cheese is a special while supplies last. Rich Magnanelli gets the win there. He is 4 total. 2 dead 2. Takes out the Kamikaze Kid, who is 19 dead 8, 27 total, and headed to the buyback window with $150 to win 15 grand. Barry Sauter, 677, taking on Daryl Tillman. That is Daryl Tillman of Daryl Tillman Realty Group, the title sponsor of the Independent Showdown. 544 the dial on his beautiful Corvette. 2 very beautiful cars here on the starting line. Sauter's Nova is exceptional as well. Winlight give it to Sauter, 678 with a 1 on a 677 with a 22 light. Tillman dead on with a 7, but 36 up front is no good. Steve Cisco, the $1 Million Man, 605. In everybody's favorite 83 Cavalier. Scott Franks, 633. Cisco would have some competition in the Cavalier category if Slick Vic would venture on out and get his back out. But for now, he's the king of the Cavaliers. Cisco in trouble. Winlight Franks 634, 3 on the 633 to be 20 total, as Cisco 13 up front, breaks it out 7 foul. Had a chance there, took 14, had to take 7 or less. He's going to have to work on his driving skills, DJ. I don't know, I think he's washed up. Not good enough here. He's headed to the buyback window. David Wing, 606 here, tower side, taking on Eric Bowles in the double vision machine, 650. Winley, give it to Wing. Dead on with a 4 to be 4 total. Just a straight nasty lap as Bowles is 9, 1 above 2 for the loss. 21 total. Thanks for playing. It's getting nasty here in Top Bulb to start off Sunday. Erica Grader, 585 on the Mustang, taking on the Cavalier of James Carty, 573. Winlight, Erica Grader, 584-2 on the 585 as James had some issues leaving there. 570 with a 6 on a 573. Will Winthrop, 645, taking on Jake Morris, 618 here tower side. Winley give it to Morris by going 12 up front, dead on 3 to be 15 total. Winthrop locked out with his 23 reaction time, breaks it out 2 thou. Even dead egg would have been no good. Chris Lukert, 714, taking on Larry Patton, 709 in the pickup. Patton on the throttle stop, gets the win there as I think Chris was fooled. Chris was 002 up front, goes 717-1 on a 714 dial, gives the 001 margin of victory back to Larry, who's dead on with the 1 to be 32 total and moving on. Brock Mosier in the wheel stand in Vega. Carried him yesterday out to just about the 330, 522 the dial, taking on Brandon Miller, 656 in the Malibu. Brock tamed it down today. Goes 523.7 on the 522 with a 12 weight as Miller 002 up front, gets there 41 and had to take 27 or less to get the job done there. Couldn't do it. Bill Carroll, 624, taking on Ron Reese here at Tower Side, 624, Gentleman's Joust. Reese breaks it out, get the win to Bill Carroll. 625 and an 8 on a 624 with a 28 late. Ron 622.4 on the 624. And Carroll moving on. John McClure up now in the pickup, 517, taking on Chuck Koenig, 566. Win late goes to McClure. 518-0 on the 517 with a 26 late. Chuck issues and coasts it on through. Pete Morris, 623. Taking on John Reed, 636. John Reed gets the win there. 002 up front, goes 640 to the 7 on 636 as Pete Morris breaks it out. 621.6 on the 623. First call going out for Dragsters. Dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Dragsters for C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Round number 1, Morris Performance Transmission, round number 1. We need Dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Kevin Koenig, 5:45, taking on Dalton Rolls, 5:14. Two very quick door cars here. 13 to an 18, win late, 13, dead 1 to be 14 total as Rolls locks out the 18 reaction time of Kevin. Breaking it out, 1 thou on the big end on the 545 dial, and no good. Adam Keir, 602 the dial in the S10. Taking on Matt Wachowski here, tower side, 658. Win late, give it to Wachowski, 656.4 on the 658 dial. With a 13 late is Adam 7 red, and then goes 597.8 on the 602. Mike Barber in the Mustang, 606. And taking on Dale Jackson, 561 in the Nova. Win late goes to Dale Jackson, 563.0 on the 561 with a 25. Latest Barber, 14 up front, and then takes too much straight. It took 42, needed to take 31 or less to turn on the electricity. Bobby Weltner, 624, taking on Anthony Zegg, 616. Win late goes to Weltner, 17 total for the Firebird. Takes the win. Zegg, 41 up front, breaks it out, 615.7 on the 616. Weltner moves on. Zegg to the buyback window with $150 to get back in for 15 grand. John Scott in the Escape Vega, 594, taking on Jason Lawrence in the J. Lawrence Camaro, 651. $13 total is Jason Lawrence, 10 dead 3. He takes out John Scott's 16 reaction time, and he breaks it out 6 thou. Scott headed to the re-entry round. Dale Gerhardt in the Chevy sedan, 598, taking on Les Gibson, 595 for the Pace Arrow. Win light goes to Les Gibson, 596.0 on the 595, a 25 reaction time as Gerhardt 006 red and goes 599.1 on the 598. Skylar Stump in the Camaro, 558, taking on Caleb Klein, 649 in the pickup. Give the true start win to Caleb Klein. 001 red goes 646.9 on a 649. As Stump 002 red and goes dead on with a 7, but we'll have to buy that one back. Chip Taylor 592 taking on Rich Nowitzki 574. Dead on with a 5 to be 9 total is Rich Nowitzki. Takes out Chip Taylor, who is 16 dead 5, 21 total, and thanks for playing. Jim Laro in the pickup, 641, taking on Evan Paust in the Vega Wagon, 655. Double red light, give the win to Laro, 639.3 on the 641 with a 001 red light, as Paust is 11 red and goes 652.9 on the 655. Jacob Wilson in the Camaro, 629, taking on Eddie McBride, 608. Double breakout win, give it to Eddie McBride, 606.9 on the 608 dial with a 27 late. Wilson, 627.0 on the 629 for the loss. Gary Idle, 562, taking on Kristen Gagnon, 653. Win light, give it to Kristen. 7 total, 7 dead, 0. Gets the win. Gary, 23 up front, breaks it out. 558.9 on the 562. Steve Dunn, 564 in the Camaro, taking on Jack Grader here at Tower Side. 520 for the T-Bird. You give the win to Steve Dunn. Two above 5 to be 27 total. His greater is 35 and a 1 above 8 and hitting the buyback window. Brent Nowitzki now, 6'10" in the Camaro, taking on Barry Salter, 6'77". Give the win to Barry Salter. 21 goes 676.4 on the 677 dial. Has Brent 606.8 on the 610. Takes the loss. Daryl Tillman back up with the pickup. 546 the dial. Take on Travis Hill. 622 in the Mustang. Win late. Give it to Travis Hill. Dead on with a 4 to be 37 total. It takes out Tillman, who is dead on with a 0 and 42 total. Greg Kelly, 636, and John Reed, 640. Get the win to John Reed. Dead on with a 2 to be 4 total. 2 dead, 2. Locks out the 005 reaction time of Greg Kelly. Thanks for playing, Greg. Oh, man, that's tough. Brock Moser back up in the wagon. Take on Lenny Wisniewski. 546 on his machine. 523 for Moser.
The first person to come to the tower wearing Nitro Fish gear gets a gift card.
All right, here we go. Nitro Fish gear, first person to the timing tower wearing that gets a gift card. Tight race here, 4 to a 10. Win late, give it to the 4 by 0009. Moser, 1 above 2 to be 16 total. As Wineski dead on with a 6 is 16 total. And a daggone good drag race there. Ron Reese, 621, taking on Jim Fordyce. I believe the fastest door car on the property, 481. Windlay gave it to Jim Fordyce, 6 total, 6 dead 0 on the 481 dial at 141 miles an hour. As Reese, just unfortunate, 001 up front and can't run the number, 627.7 on the 621. Rich Maganelli, 584, taking on Shane Jett, 595. Give the win to Rich. 005 dead, 3 to be 8 total. Shane Jett, 25 dead, 1 good lap, but no good against Rich. Back to racing action. Lee Zane here, tower side, 649, taking on Ben Serra. 590. Winlake, give it to Lee Zane, 647 for him, the 649 with a 24 light. As Ben turns to 006 red and goes 589, 3 on the 590. And we cross over into the long and skinnies. Jeff Taylor, 469, taking on Emily LeBlanc, 523. Triple 03 margin of victory, give it to Jeff Taylor. 21 dead on 5 to be 26 total. As Emily 20 up front, dead 6, 26 total, and Taylor moving on. Brian Balducci here, tower side, 489. Taking on Jack Ostrowski, 452. Chicken in trouble, but gets the job done. 1 above 1 to be 41 total. Ostrowski, 21, and breaks it out 3,000. Took 23, had to take 20 or less to get the win light. Greg Hicks, 466. Taking on William Danner here, tower side, 484. .001 red here, tower side, is Danner. Throws away dead on 8. Got to buy that one back. It's a requirement. Greg Hicks, 12 up front, then breaks it out, 459.9 on the 466. Nick Gianna Tiempo, 505 the dial, taking on Dan Waters, 508 here, tower side in the Cressman. Nick is in big trouble. Win light, give it to Dan. 009 puts it a tenth above. Plus a few. 519 with a 6 on a 508 dial. Nick breaks it out. 5032 on the 505. Matt Idle, 476, taking on Jason Hoff, 441. Hoff's got her detuned this weekend. Pretty sure that thing can go 4 O's. And Matt, with issues there, give the win to Jason Hoff. Frank Zegg, 471, taking on Mike Rodgers. Rodgers here, tower side, 476. Rodgers turns it 6 red, gives the win to Zegg. Zegg dead on with a 2 to be 40 total. Rodgers throws away dead on 0. That's a mandatory buyback there for Mike Rodgers. Bob Murphy III in the dragster, 464, taking on Damian DiStefano, 509. Winley, give it to Murph. 464, 4 on the 464 dial. It'd be 24 total. Damian was 13, but broke it out 7 thou. Took 18, needed to take 11 or less to find the win light. Christopher Riggins, 522. Taking on Chris Reynolds. Reynolds, 451. Win light, give it to Reynolds. Dead on with an 8 to be 39 total. Locks up the 40 reaction time of Riggins. Riggins goes 521-0 on the 522. Jerry Birchfield Jr. Early to bed last night, maybe early to rise this morning. We'll see how it goes when he lets go of the button on the right hand. See if he's dialed in after a full night's rest. John Taylor, 468. For the Miller chassis. Birchfield, 437 for his American ride. Give the win to Taylor. 3, one above 9 to be 22 total. Birchfield didn't get enough sleep. 31, breaking it out. 436.5 on the 437. Caitlin Krause, 477, taking on Bob Engelman, 450. So now, not only has Trisha not gotten me coffee, she got Billy lunch and didn't even ask me. This is twice in a row. I don't think we can be friends again. Bob Engelman gets the win there, 11, one above 5 to be 26 total. Caitlin misses a little bit, goes 478.3 on the 477. As Trisha brought me a protein bar. Now I think she's trying to tell me I need to lose weight. I think it's an insult to injury. Jednar finding his way back behind the wheel. Jake Straxter, 512 the dial. Taking on Scott Lorsch, 486. Give the win light to Scott Lorsch, 11, 488.6 on the 486. Nargis, 511 with a 2 on a 512 for the loss. Connor Hebig, 479, taking on Greg Parsons in the Gentleman's Joust. Heads up dial. Win light good to Greg Parsons, dead on with a 0 to be 23 total. Takes out Connor Hebig, who is 003 red up front, and he goes 478.5 on the 479. First call going out for doubles. Doubles for top ball. Door cars to 1 and 2. Door car doubles to 1 and 2. And dragsters will go to 3 and 4. Dragster doubles to 3 and 4. Antoine Jett, 489, and Mike Hoff, 468 here tower side. And issues for Jett. He gets it slowed down and pulling it over to the wall. As Hoff will grab the win there. He was late, but got a gift from Jett after his machine had issues. So we'll be down here for just a moment. And unfortunately, it sounds like Antoine left some of the car starting at the 150-foot mark and all the way down to where he sits. So if you're sitting in the burnout box, this may be a good time to maybe take a helmet off and keep cool. Get somebody, bring you one of those free bottles of water over here. That's next to the ice bin. And while it's quiet, while we're down, don't forget, if you lost first round and you don't feel like buying back, you still have a chance to race if you get in the Morris Performance Transmission Sunday Shootout. We need 50 cars in top, 50 cars in no box, 25 in juniors to make this happen. That sign-up will start after the conclusion of the re-entry round. And if you do want to buy back, which you should, that's always a smart thing to do. You never know. Top bulb, $150, get you back in for $15,000 to win. No box, $60 will get you back in for $5,000 to win. And junior dragsters, $30 will get you back in for $1,000 to win. And the girls have another challenge. It's Paisley's turn.
First person to come to the tower with a selfie of an event sponsor gets a gift card.
All right. A selfie with an event sponsor. So find, what are you looking for, like a banner, or if it's on a banner or something? Okay. Or the people, yeah, okay. So go get a selfie with Daryl Tillman, maybe, you know. There we go. There's an idea. Go see the Morrises. Go find Kevin Mendenhall. Somebody get a selfie with Kevin Mendenhall. That's what I want to see. I want to see a selfie with Kevin Mendenhall. But don't forget the Maple Grove concessions are open. They have homemade mac and cheese while it lasts. If, you know, Trisha didn't buy the last ones for her and Billy and nothing for me. We're not friends anymore. We're just establishing that fact. And, yeah, just another great day here at Maple Grove. Track crews out there doing their thing. Shane will have the track cleaned back up, ready to go in just a matter of moments. So I want to thank everybody for being here with us. Thank those tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital. And we'll be back to racing action as soon as possible.
We have another. Is it even working? We have another trivial question. The first person to come up here and sing us a song wins a gift card. Go! It's on.
I'm Paul Stalba.
I'm Dominic Balducci.
We're singing the happy birthday song. To you, happy birthday to you. To you.
We have another challenge. The first person to bring a wiffle ball bat to the tower gets a gift card.
Alrighty, racers, let's get loaded up. We're getting ready to go back at it. Racers, let's get loaded up. We're getting ready to go back at it.
David Hebig here, Tower Side 471, taking on Jason Barrow 440. Back to racing action here now. Great job to the Maple Grove crew on the quick cleanup. Leather red, poor pumpkin. Throws away dead on 7. That's a mandatory buyback. David Hebig, 17, dead on 1 to be 18 total. We'll move on. Mike Morris, 447 here, Tower Side, taking on David Deeds, 468 over in the far lane. Win light, 002 margin of victory. Give it to Deeds, 473.4 on the 468 with a 004 light as Morris missed it up front and slowed up on the big end. 450 with a 1 on a 447 with a 29 light and no good. Dan Northrup, 455 on his machine, taking on Bob Kalipski here, Tower Side, 444. And somebody go give Bob Kalipski a hug. Stat. 3 red, dead 3. Technically perfect, but technically not. And Dan Northrup gets away with 1 there. That's all I have to say about that. He goes 451.6 on the 455. Cody Mariners, W.R. Ketterman. They live about 10 minutes from each other, about 3 hours from here. And they decided, hey, let's run each other first round and dial heads up. 457s apiece. Ketterman gets away with 1 there, 459.7 on the 457 dial, as Mariner 009 red is no good. George Miller, 481, taking on Shane Beck, 570. Win light to Shane Beck, 7, 1 above 1 to be 18 total. George Miller, 483.6 on the 481. No good. Don Balducci, 492. Tower Side taking on Don Matson, 464. Win light, give it to Don Matson. 4 dead, 4 to be, 8 total. Locks out Balducci's 13 reaction time. And breaking news, Trisha finally gave me something, a bottle of water. She is so gracious and kind. I take back everything bad I said about her this morning. Larry Waters, Tower Side 493, taking on Travis Laster Jr. 407. Getting close to the 3-second range over there in the far lane. Win light, give it to Laster. He just peeled the hair right off the top of the cameraman's head. 414.2 on the 407 dial with a 21 light as Waters not able to judge that one. Goes 492.3 on the 493 with a 19 light, and he'll hit the buyback window. Brian Crump here, Tower Side 496, taking on Dana Beauchamp 472. Win light, give it to Brian Crump. Dead on with a 6 to be 16 total. Locks out Dana's 27 reaction time, and 473.4 on a 472 is no good. Jeff Wisniewski, 481, taking on Josh Gamber, 485 here, Tower Side. Win light, give it to Jeff, 15, then goes 486.3 on the 481 as Gamber with issues is out of it. Steve Turkowski, 466, taking on Jen Murray, 561. .004 margin of victory, give it to Jen Murray. 008 goes 564.8 on the 561 dial as Turkowski 13 and then 3 above 7 on the 466 dial. Chris Wilson, Spanky 451 for Mr. Wilson Racing Engines himself. And Matt Pizzolatto, I believe. I've butchered it all weekend. Why stop now? 451, a gentleman's joust. Win light, give it to Chris Wilson, 22. 450 with a 2 on a 451 as Matt turns it 001 red and then goes 449.6 on the 451 dial. Gerard Patriotic and Tom Stauba up next. Gerard 465, Stauba 480, and Gerard gets timed out. Stauba will go 476.8 on the 480. Jason Amy and Randy Kraus. Kraus 487, Jason 511. Here comes Kraus. Win light. Kraus 488.7 on the 487 dial with a 23 reaction time as Amy is 33 up front, then breaks it out 5 foul on the big end, 510 with a 5 and a 511. Tom Spangler and Jimmy DeChaco. DeChaco 443 taking on Spangler's 481 dial. Spangler turns a 008 red, goes 480 with a 3 on a 481. DeChaco 442.2 on a 443. If anybody's with Spangler's team or knows him, car backed up a little bit when he set the trans brake there. Might want to take a look at that. Bill Loveland, 522, and I love this car when I walked the lanes a minute ago so much that I sent a picture of it to my wife. Because let's all be honest, it's all the wife's money. 519 for Sonny Bakley here at Towerside. Well, that one's going to make 00. Bill Loveland, 28 up front, breaking it out. He took a lot. 520 with a 4 on a 522. Sonny Bakley puts it 5 above 3 to be a nice 400 total. So Sonny not headed back to the Cape May Courthouse just yet, his hometown here. On the computer screen, I'm just reading what's in front of me. 448, Ray Fordyce Jr. taking on Dalton Rolls, 444. Win light, give it to Dalton Rolls. Dead on with a 6 to be 10 total. Locks out Fordyce's 11 light. He goes 447 with a 3 on a 448 just to say he did it. Paul Kelly, 457, taking on Bill Carroll, 497. And Bill Carroll messed up something on the box. Gives the win to Paul Kelly. Kelly 459.0 on the 457, gets away with one there. And Carroll 495.8 on a 497. Jeff Sarah 485. Taking on Bill Maroon 455 here at Towerside. Win late, give it to Seth Jarrah. Dead on with a 9 to be 25 total. Gets the win there. Bill Maroon breaking it out. 454-1 on the 455. You cannot be 70 against Jeff Sarah and expect to win late. Corey Ream, 524. Taking on Rick Turkowski. Turkowski issues yesterday. Looks like they've got it fixed. 475 the dial now. And Rick Turkowski, he has got it fixed. 6 dead 6 to be 12 total. He's trying to defend his Sunday title from last year. Corey Ream, 009 up front. Thanks for playing. 39 total as he puts it 3 above 0 on the 524 dial. Bobby Ensley. He and his wife are still married, and it's all because of the preacher. That was me. 471 for the driver out of Crisfield, Maryland. Top Dobster, the official best man in the Danny Bastinelli wedding. How Dauber has put up with Bastinelli for all these years, nobody will ever be able to understand. But it's probably got him a one-way ticket into the pearly gates one day. 470, almost heads-up dial here for the two drivers. And Inslee goes 005, then goes 468.7 on the 471. As Dauber turns at 16 red, so you can go back home and take a nap. Goes 468 with a 0 on a 470. Win light goes to Severn Johnson. You cannot give Severn that much to work with. He's 49 total for the win. As Mark Kelly is 2 above 9 to be 179 total. Up next, Emily LeBlanc, 523. Taking on a young man that made me feel quite old last night. He called me Mr. Chad. Don't think I qualify for that statement just yet. 487 for Matt Shell. Make sure you go to Dreamweavers and get you some nice sheets. They are top tier material. Shell showing he got a good night's sleep on the Dreamweaver sheets there as he goes 11 total. 10 dead, 1 for the win. As Emily dead on with a 1 as well. 26 total. Nice lap, but not good enough. Shell will go cuddle up in a Dreamweaver's blanket and be ready for round number 2. Bobby Spence, Greg Hicks, marquee matchup of the round, I would say. 466 taking on Spence's 438. Hicks will get the leave first. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need no box, re-entry round doubles. No box, re-entry round doubles to 1 and 2, please. No box, re-entry round doubles to 1 and 2, please. Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box, re-entry round doubles to 1 and 2, please. Not quite the marquee matchup we were looking for there, as Hicks gets away with 459.5 on the 466 dial with a 35 late. Spence 23 red goes 436.5 on the 438. Bob Hickey 473 for the Watson McDaniel Dragster taking on Michael Shoup. Shoup 477. And I love this one that I think it was Britt came up with a couple weeks ago. We'll see if we get any Shoup shakes on the big end here. Not enough Shoup shakes there. Oh, goodness. Somebody give Michael Shoup a hug. Dead on 7 to be 38 totals, Bob Hickey. As Shoup takes 37, had to take 27 or less to get the job done there. He goes 476.0 on the 477 and hits the buyback window. Bob Murphy, 464 in the A to Z machine, taking on Will Winthrop, 644 for the Malibu. And Murphy gets the job done on the big end. Dead on with a 6 to be 40 total. Winthrop was 8 up front, but puts it 4 above 9 on the 644 dial. And he can't run the number. Bob Murphy moving on to round 2. No box, double buybacks to 1 and 2. No box, double buybacks to 1 and 2. The screen says Becky Mendenhall, but the survey says Kevin Mendenhall. $4.95. He's over there making very, very poor financial decisions. Taking on Dan Waters, 5'11", here tower side. Some will say Becky and Joe over there filming to see how the car leaves and reacts. Some may be saying that they're filming to see how funny this may be with Kevin in a dragster. I'm just saying he's got a chance. Win light, 21 total for Kevin Mendenhall. Look at him go. Dragster, door car, truck, Pinto, Nova, you name it. He turns on win lights. Go ahead, B&M Performance. Dan Waters, 35 up front and wasting gas. 510 with the 2 on the 511 dial. He'll hit the buyback window. Chris Reynolds back up now with the second car. 451 taking on Andrew Black. 485 for his machine. First call going out for all of no box re-entry round. All of no box re-entry round to 1 and 2. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. Doubles, you were called. If you're not there, it is now your problem. No box to 1 and 2 for the re-entry round. All of no box to 1 and 2 for the re-entry round, please. Win light, give it to Andrew Black as he is 487.0 on the 485 to be 50 total, as Chris Reynolds is going to need a hug. 2 red, dead 1, and out of here with that entry. Shane Beck, 517, taking on Nick Gianna Tiempo, 505. I think Nick had some issues the last run. See if he's got them sorted out for this lap. Win light, give it to Nick. Double breakout run. He's 17. Then goes 5:04.7 on the 5:05 dial. As Shane 5:15 with an 8 on a 5:17 and hitting the buyback window. Jessica Hall 471 taking on Jeff Taylor 470. Almost a heads up gentleman lady joust style, but not quite. Win light go to Jeff Taylor, 10, 2 above 3 for the win light. Be 33 total. Jess got 38 on the let go and no good. 470 with a 5 on a 471. Matt Itel here, tower side, 477, taking on Jason Barrow, 440. Win light give it to Jason Barrow, 7, 1 above 6 for the win light as Itel 476.6 on the 477 dial and 37 up front, no good. Jeff Sarah, 482, taking on John Taylor, 469. Jeff Sarah in control and rocking the scoop to go 1 above 7 to be 21 total. Takes out John Taylor's 28 reaction time as Taylor breaks it out 4th thou on the big end trying to get there. And Jeff Sarah will move on. Taylor hits the buyback window. Attention in the pits. Final call for no box buybacks. Final call for no box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. Final call. We need first call for junior dragster buybacks to 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8. 6 to 9-year-olds to 6. 10 to 12-year-olds to 7. And 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. Junior dragster buybacks to the lanes, please. Antoine Jett. And Travis Laster, Jet trying to keep the radiator cap on. He got a little loose down there at the 660. I thought it was going to happen again. He's 32 total and no good there as Laster is 22 and gets the win light. Mike Rogers up here now with the buy run, and that will conclude Morse Performance Transmissions round number 1 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. And Rogers 5 puts it 4th out below on the 476 dial. And we'll jump right into the re-entry round here for Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Once again, we've called Junior Dragster re-entry round. Junior Dragster re-entry round to 6, 7, and 8. Junior Dragsters re-entry round to 6, 7, and 8. Kevin Fahey and Scott Embley. Embley turns it red, gives the win to Kevin. And Embley, 655.7 on the 657, and Fahey, 8060 on the 815 dial. 16 up front. Theo Myers, 603, taking on Mike Tremblay on the bike, 574. Winlight, give it to the bike. 576.2 on the 574 with the 12 light. As Myers dead on with a 1, but 25 red, no good. Matt Patterson, 665 in the pickup, taking on the Mustang of David Leith Sr., 635. Winlight, give it to Matt Patterson, double breakout run. He's 15, goes 664. 5 on the 665 dial. As Leith goes 628.8 on the 635, and no good. Ken John, 774, taking on Jeff Auerbach, 665 here tower side. Winlight goes to Jeff Albach, 11, goes 663.7 on the 665 as Ken turns it big red and then goes 772.0 on the 774. Don't forget, at the conclusion of the re-entry round, we'll open signups for Morris Trans and Auto Performance Transmissions Sunday shootouts. We need 50 in top vault, 50 in no box, and 25 in juniors to get the job done. Kurt Holland, 630, Jillian Kleinfelter, 658. Winlight, Kurt Holland, 25, 638.9 on the 630 as Jillian missed it, goes and then not able to run the number either. Definitely on with the pickup. George Fisher, 615, taking on Jake Knorr, or Knorr, as the computer says, and Jake appreciated that yesterday. 549. Give the win light to Jake Nard. Dead on with a 5, 31 total. George went big red, unfortunately, and 617 with a 3 on a 615. Trish Witt, 569, the lady battle, taking on Stacy Worth, 6 flat. 003 margin of victory. Give it to Stacy. Dead on with a 1 to be 39 total. Locks out Trisha's 40 reaction time. She's 40 dead too. Great little race right there. John Alloway 637. Taking on Robert Smith 647. Win late there goes to Robert Smith. Dead on with a 3 to be 27 total. Locks out Jack Alloway's reaction time. The computer says John. I apologize, Jack. I haven't been calling you that intentionally. 732 for Stone Cold Steve Dustin. He's going to either get a win here or go look for some real American beer. 701 for Bobby Pennebaker over in the far lane. Win light, give it to Pennebaker, 703.3 on the 701 with a 003 light. Stone Cold, 730 with a 3 on a 732 with a 19 reaction time. Ted Zana, 676, taking on Denny Renninger, 748 here tower side. Get the win there to Ted, 677.3 on the 676 with a 19 light as Denny turns a 009 red and throws away dead on 9. Brock Mosier, 655 in the pickup, taking on John Olcott, 770 in the Monte Carlo. And the screen locked up on me there, so I apologize. But we got Kyle Gockley up now, 602, taking on Evan Powell, 654. Win light, give it to Evan Powell. 29, one above 1 to be 40 total. Kyle Gockley, 38 up front, dead on with a 5 to be 43 total and no good. Ted Miley, 731, taking on Dave Harris, 664. Give the win there to Ted, 009, 734 with an 8 on 731, as Harris, 665, 8 on a 664, takes the loss. John Hedenberg in the Mustang, 649, taking on Skylar Stump in the Camaro, 559. Win light, give it to Hedenberg, 651-1 on the 649 dial, courtesy of the double red light win. You got the True Start win there, as Skylar was 25 red and throws away dead on 6. Jack Alloway, 647 in the Malibu. Tim Alabac in the Camaro, 619. Win light, give it to Alloway. 649-1 on the 647 with a 29 light, as Alabac 32 up front. They go 621-1 on the 619 for the loss. 003 margin victory going here, Tower side. Macy Stewart, 625, taking on Mark Ketterer, 747. Win light, give it to Ketterer, 748-8 on the 747, as Macy dead on with an 8, but 129 total is no good. Joe Grippo, 6, nah, it's not Joe Grippo, it's somebody else. DJ told me the name earlier and I forgot already. No, that's dang, okay, well. We're just learning all kinds of new things here. It's wonderful. 651 the dial here, Tower side for the Grippo machine. Lindsay Hain, 609. 613 with a 2 on a 609. Trisha's making me sound like I don't know what I'm talking about, which is 50% true half the time. Nathan Mendenhall coming up in the Pops' ride Chevy 2, 594, taking on Jamie Cologne, 592. A little track cleanup here. Give the win to Nate Mendenhall. 13, 2 above, 7 on the 594 dial, as Jamie Cologne, 16, 2 above, 8 on the 592 dial. 004 margin victory going to Mendenhall. Dave Harvey III, 679, taking on Brian James, 628 for the Camaro. Down at the stripe, the win goes to Dave Harvey, courtesy of True Start. 681.7 on a 679. With a 004 red light, Brian James 20 red and goes 629.9 on the 628. Final call for junior buybacks. Final call for junior buybacks to 6, 7, and 8. Final call for junior buybacks to 6, 7, and 8. Mike Reiner's 581. Goes 582.5 on the $581 39 late. Bruce Persons Jr. goes 624.5 on the 620 with 26 late. Mark Kelly 637 taking on Jesse Marshall 723. Give the win to Marshall as Kelly turns it red and then goes 634.9 on the 637 dial as Marshall 722.0 on the 723 with a 50 late will move back into the main event. Michael Frank 632 taking on Tina Lacey 586. Did the win light to Frank, 633.1 on the 632 with a 52 late as Tina turned it 18 red and then goes 589.0 on the 586. Michael Worth, 753, taking on Rich Windler, 640. Win light, give it to Rich Windler, 647.0 on the 640 with a 67 light as Worth still fighting issues. Rob Reiner Jr., 583, taking on Joe Dedrick, 630. Give the win there to Dedrick, 628 with a 7 on a 630 with an 18 late as Reiner 006 red, then 582.1 on the 583. Theo Myers, 603, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 702. Win light, give it to Theo Myers. Trip up front, goes 4 above 9 to be 49 total. And lock out a very unconventional 50 reaction time from Dave Harvey Jr. 704.1 on the 702 and out of here with that entry. Mike Tremblay up here on the bike, taking on Scott Embley, 656 576 for the motorcycle. Winlight, give it to the motorcycle. Double breakout run, 575.6 on the 576 with a 62 late. As Embley gets there first by 006, but needed to get behind 655.5 on the 656 dial for the loss. Jake Narr, 549, taking on Kurt Holland, 630. Winlight goes to Kurt Holland, 20, one above 5 to be 35 total, as Jake 18, and then 2 above 3 for the loss. 006 margin of victory going to Kurt Holland. Trish Witt now, 569, taking on Bobby Pennebaker, 704. Tension the pits, tension the pits. We need top ET door card doubles, top ET door card doubles for a re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. Top ET door card doubles to 1 and 2 for the re-entry round. Give the win to Trish Witt. 56 up front and goes 570 with a 2 on a 569, as Pennebaker goes 7060 on the 704, but 58 at the hit and no good. Witt moves back in. And Kevin Fahey with the bye run here. We'll conclude the re-entry round of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, and we will gear up for B&M Performance Junior Dragsters re-entry round. And we have called doubles for door cars and C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Door car doubles for re-entry to 1 and 2. Door car doubles to 1 and 2. And Fahey 814 with a 6 on 815. We'll move back into the second round of competition. And next up, Junior Dragsters. Also, while it's quiet, in the final round today, courtesy of the Daryl Tillman Realty Group. Daryl and Lisa Tillman have helped over 1,400 families buy or sell their home. Call Daryl at 484-336-7758 for any of your real estate needs. And in the finals, any racer winning their class with a perfect run will receive a $2,500 check. Any racer winning their class with a 5 package or better will receive a $500 check. And any racer winning their class with a 10 package or better will receive a check for $250. Only one of the above for each class, $2,500, $500, or $250. So thanks to Daryl and Lisa Tillman as the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, the title sponsor here of the Independent Showdown. Junior dragsters out now. Jamison Nassavino, 1282. Taking on Olivia Torchia, 905. Give the win there to Olivia, 903.9 on the 905 as Jamison goes 1273.0 on the 1282. Final call for door car doubles for the re-entry round, and first call for all of the re-entry round for top door car doubles, top door cars, all top door cars for the re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. Final call for doubles and first call for all of top door cars for the re-entry round to 1 and 2. Landon Anderson and the Evans stack. Anderson 892, stack 890 at the stripe. A win, like give it to Evans stack. 894.1 on the 890 dial. Has Anderson 893 with a 5 on 892 with the worst reaction time. Stack will move back into competition. Shane Connor and Joey Torchia give the win to Shane Connor. Dead on with a 1 to be 28 total, locks out. Joey's 36 reaction time goes 2 above on the 790 dial. Noah James, 790. Taking on Zach Gale, 802. Some big rips on the big end. Give it to Zach Gale. 809 with the 1 on 802 with the 20 late as Noah James missed it up front. Goes 793 with a 4 on a 790 and is done for the weekend. Actually, he's not because he could get into Junior Dragster Shootout. So he's not done for the weekend. He has another chance. Logan Anderson up now, 8 flat, taking on J.J. Schoenberg, 790. Give the win to Logan Anderson. 801.3 on the 8 flat. With a 26 late as JJ 49 up front, then goes 792.4 on the 790. Gianna Troy 833 over in the far lane. Tower side, Pro Torque lane. Mallory Stewart 810. First call going out for Dragster doubles. Dragster doubles to 5 and 6 for the reentry round. Dragster doubles to 5 and 6 for the reentry round. We've called all the top door cars to 1 and 2. All of top door cars to 1 and 2 for the reentry round. Dragster doubles to 5 and 6, please. Dragster doubles to 5 and 6. And all of top door cars for the reentry round to 1 and 2. And Mallory turns it red there and will end her day in the main event. Give the win to Gianna Troy, 837 with the 1 on 833, and we'll move back in. Austin Schaefer here, tower side, 806, taking on Aaron Willing, 798. Get the win there to Aaron Willing, 805 with an 8 on a 798. As Austin late at the hit and goes 8046 on the 806 dial. Abigail Martin, 790. Taking on Troy Steinke here, tower side, 791.
Top double buybacks. We need you to the lanes. 1 and 2 door cars. I need all door car buyback. Top door car buyback to the lanes. Dragsters 5 and 6. Dragsters 5 and 6. Starting with double buybacks. I'm running out of juniors, and we're at a strong pace right now. So if we could bring all buybacks to the lanes, that'd be greatly appreciated. All buybacks to the lanes, please.
Winley goes to Abigail Martin, 791.6 on the 790. Has Troy, 791.4 on the 791, but 129 total is no good. And that should conclude our B&M Performance Junior Dragster reentry round, and we'll be headed into C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb reentry round. We should have door cars in 1 and 2 for the reentry round, and dragsters. We called the doubles. We've called all of you now 2, 5, and 6. We'll touch up on the track, and we're ready to go back racing now with C2 competition converters and machining top ball re-entry round. Door cars coming at you. Tower side, Shane Jett, 595, taking on Daryl Tillman in the Corvette, 546. Give the win there to Shane Jett. 597.8 on the 595 with the 15 late as Tillman breaks it out. 544.9 on the 546 dial. 24 at the hit, but no good. Will Winthrop, 645 in the Malibu. Taking on Pete Morris, 621. Give the win to Morris, 621.8 on the 621 with 36 late. As Winthrop turns it 6 red and then breaks it out to Thal. Steve Sisko, 603 in the Cavalier, taking on Chris Lukert, 716. Give the win light to Cisco. He's 9, 1 above 2 to grab the win. 21 total locks out Chris's 27 reaction time. 27 dead 2. Pretty good lap, but not good enough when you line up against Cisco. Chuck Coating, 568 here tower side, taking on Brandon Miller, 656. Brandon Miller gets away with one there. You don't have to lift when you know you're running good on the number. 657.9 on the 656 with a 008 light. As Chuck, 44 up front, goes 576.4 on the 568. Jack Grader in the T-Bird, 521. Taking on Eric Bowles, 650 in the double vision machine. Give the win to Jack Grader, 522 with an 8 on a 521 with a 23 late. Bowles, 36 goes 651, 9 on a 650. Anthony Zegg, 616, taking on Kevin Koenig, 546. And Lenny Wisniewski, you were the best losing package of first round and top, which is you win a free buyback, and you've not signed up for buybacks yet, so you have a free buyback. You want to come down here and hop back in for your chance. Lenny Wisniewski, best losing package of first round for top. Green on both sides, a win light. Whoa! Give it to Anthony Zegg. 617 with a 2 on a 616 with a 40 light. Has Kevin 551.3 on the 546, 005 up front, and unable to get it done. Skylar Stump 560 taking on Ben Sarah 590. Skylar Stump finds the green side of the tree and lays down a lap. 1 dead 6 to be 7 total. Takes out Ben Sarah's 10 dead 7. Thank you for playing 17 total and no good. Mike Barber in the Mustang, 606, taking on Greg Kelly, 635 in the Monza. A 1 to a 10, win late, give it to the 10, double breakout. Barber, 605.9 on a 606 dial. Has Kelly 001 up front and then takes too much on the big end. Breaks it out, 11, goes 633.9 on the 635. Took 19, had to take 8 or less. Brent Davitsky, 607. Taking on John Scott, 594. Win late goes to John Scott. 596.1 on 594 with a 15 late is Brent. 16 up front, and they go 606.9. On the 607, he took 21, had to take 20 or less to find the win late. Chip Taylor, 594. Take on Adam Keir, 601. Adam Keir gets the win there. 6 flat with a 7 on a 601 with an 18 late as Chip Taylor, 20 on the tree, goes 592.6 on the 594 for the loss. Jacob Wilson in the Camaro, 627, taking on Dale Gerhardt in the wagon sedan here at Towerside. $5.99. And Wilson, 13 total there, gets the win. There's Gerhardt, 34 up front, then goes 6 flat with 0 on a $5.99. Dan Northrup, 576 for the ISC Racers tape machine, taking on Shane Jett. 597 for the Monte Carlo. Lots of ripping on the loud pedal down there. Give the win to Jett, 596-2 on the 597 with a 12 late. Has Northrop 22 up front, and then goes 575-2 on the 576 for the loss. Daryl Tillman back up in the truck this time, 546. Taking on Antoine Jett, 488. He's got the radiator cap taped on now. He's good to go. It's got some ISC Racers tape on there, so it's at least good for 200 mile an hour. Get the win there to Antoine Jett, dead on with a 9. To be 32 total. Tillman, 27 up front, then puts it 2 above 4 on the 546 dial. As we are crossed over into the dragsters now, 469 here for Steve Turkowski. Taking on Bill Carroll, 496. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Morris Performance Transmission, round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Double entries for round 2 to 1 and 2. Give the win there to Bill Carroll. 495.8 on the 496 style with a 37 late for the double breakout win as Turkowski gets there first but breaks it out. 8th thou, 468.2 on the 469. Took 16, had to take 8 or less for the former NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle rider. Mike Rogers, 476 here, Tower Side, taking on Dana Beauchamp, 475 on this heads-up dial. Win light, give it to Mike Rogers. He's 11-2 above to be 31 total. And locks out Beauchamp's 50 reaction time as Dana breaks it out 474.7 on the 475. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. And this is important. This is very important. Chocolate chip cookies, weekend special, end of weekend special at the concession stands while they last, $1. If somebody brings me one, I would love you forever. I love a chocolate chip cookie. There's nothing better. Here we go. Jessica Hoff, 471, taking on Jason Barrow, 441. Win light, give it to Hall, 471 with a 4 on a 471. B29 total as Barrow turns it big red and then throws away dead on 9. George Miller, 483, taking on Matt Eitel, 477. Trip to a 15, win light, 0007 total, George Miller. Trip dead 7. Itel 15, thanks for playing. Wasting gas the whole way down, 475.8 on the 477. Josh Gamber, 487, over in the Octane 94 lane. That's not what Jeremy was wearing. Tower Side, Connor Hebig, 479 in the Pro Torque lane. Hebig dead 0 to be 21 total. If we were at the Sean Sarah Memorial Drag Race, we'd say, that's a dog point. But we're not. We're at the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown. He just gets an attaboy. Josh Gamber, 002 red, and shuts it down early. Don Balducci here, 487, taking on Bobby Spence, 437. Final call for round 2 doubles of no box to 1 and 2. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Don Balducci 001 red, give the win to Bobby Spence. Spence 21 2 above 4 on the 437 dial. Oh my goodness, you all are awesome. Look at this. Cue ball, man. Oh, great job. High five for the junior kids. They brought me a cookie. They just made my day. Sam, give them something. They deserve something down there. Mark Kelly 456. Caitlin Krause, 479. You don't think anybody listens until, you put something out to the universe like that. It comes back to you. Hats off to Charlie Blittersdorf. Win light, give it to Mark Kelly. 457.7 on the 456 dial with the 42 light as Caitlin turns to 009 red, then goes 478.8 on the 479. Cody Mariner 458 taking on Jason Amy 510. Win light, give it to Jason Amy. 1 dead 1, 2 total. Cody Mariner, thanks for playing. Have a safe trip back to Salisbury, Maryland. Wow. Poor Cody. 458.7 on the 458 dial. 41 total and no good. Emily LeBlanc, 523. Taking on Jed Narr. Jed, 511. First call for all of no box, round 2. All of no box, round 2 to 1 and 2. All of no box to round 2 to 1 and 2, please. Give the win there to Jed Narr. He's 21, 1 above on the 512 or 511 dial. Goes 512 with a 6. Has Emily 006 up front, then goes 527.0 on the 523 for the loss. Bob Kalipski here, tower side, 444, taking on Michael Shoup, 475. Tight last pair there as Shoup gets the win, 475.3 on the 475 to be 19 total. Kalipski, 17 up front, dead 7 to be 24 total, but no good. Bill Maroon here, tower side, 454, taking on Chris Riggins over in the far lane, 521. Give the win light to Bill Maroon. Nobody really wanted that one. 455.8 on the 454 to be 58 total. Locks out the reaction time of Riggins, who goes dead on 6 to be 79 total. Tom Spangler, 480, taking on Larry Waters, 492. And Waters with a malfunction. Car jumps through the lights. He'll coaster on down. Next up, Matt Pizzolato, 450 the dial, taking on John Taylor, 469. Get the win there to John Taylor. 009, one above 3 for the win. As Matt is 15, one above 6, 31 total, and no good. Well, Lenny Wisniewski must have heard the call. He had a free buyback. Here he is, 546, taking on Dan Waters, 510. Win light, give it to Dan Waters. 003 goes 514.4 on the 510 dial as Lenny 004 and then 550 with a 4 on a 546. 001 margin of victory going over to the Waters side of the track. Shane Beck, 518, taking on Chris Reynolds, 452. Hopefully somebody gave him a hug after his loss. Winlight, give it to Shane Beck. 519 with a 2 on a 518 with a 002 late as Reynolds missed it up front. Goes 453.7 on the 452 for the loss. Tom Dauber, 471, taking on Jack Ostrowski, 452. Give the win to Ostrowski. Jack is 17, 455.5 on the 452 dial as Dauber missed it again, 471.7 on the 471 dial to be 76 total. Ron Reese, 626, taking on Antoine Jett, 458. Double breakout win, give it to Ron Reese, 625.5 on the 626 with a 003 light as Twan missed it, 486.5 on the 488, and out of here with that entry. And that will conclude the re-entry round for all classes, so that now means the Morris Performance Trans Sunday shootouts are now available for sign-up. Sign-ups are now open. Head to the first floor of the timing tower, go to FRBR Central. We need 50 cars in top, 50 cars in no box, 25 in juniors to make this happen. $100 to get in each top and no box, $50 for juniors. So come to the bottom of the timing tower and get signed up for the shootouts. Shootouts are open, shootouts are open. Matt Patterson, 665 in the pickup, taking on the big Ford F100 of William Hines, 634. Hines not able to run the number and gives that one away as Patterson 39 goes 2 above 4 on the 665 dial. Hines was trip zip up front and couldn't get it done. John Olcott 769 in the Monte Carlo taking on Nate Mendenhall 596 here tower side. And there he goes again. It's a dance party in the driver's seat. Nate will get the win here as Olcott turns it red. And Nate, 593.2 on the 596. We'll move on. Olcott, 774.5 on the 769. Jana Emily up next, 622, taking on Jeremy Stoker, 660 in the Camaro. Oh, once again, if you're going down the track right now in no box and the light bulbs have been unscrewed from your side of the track, so you think your day doesn't have to be done, you can head over to FRBR Central here at the bottom of the timing tower and grab a entry into the no box shootout. Win light, give it to Stoker, 20, one above, 9 to be 49 total, as Jana is also 49 total. Excuse me, Jeremy was 39 total. Math is not mathing there for me. Need to get the calculator out, teach myself something. $664 for, I believe, Matt Richeza. Jeff Albach here, tower side, $665. Give the win over to the far lane, 671.3 on the 664 dial with a 24 light, as Albach missed it a little bit, 61, and then goes 5 over 670 with an 8 on 665. Will Marshall, 597, taking on Bill Wackerman, 688. Win light, give it to Wackerman, 008, goes 692.7 on the 688 dial, as Marshall 6 flat with a 6 on his 597 dial takes the loss. Kevin Fay back up now in the Charger, 815, taking on Robert Bates, 582 in the Nova. And Fay might have got a little too heavy on the brakes there. Give that one back. Robert Bates, 584.3 on the 582. Has Fay 16 up front, then 824.1 on the 815 dial. Andrew Barcudo, 631, taking on Mike Tremblay on the bike, 576. And the bike turns it red, gives the win to the Firebird. 632 with a 5 on a 631. As Tremblay, 577 with a 4 on a 576. Rich Wendler in the Mustang, 640, taking on Soggy Dunn, 635. Get the win there to Wendler by 003. He's 28 up front, 642.1 on a 640. Has done 39 on the hit, goes 636.3 on a 635. Ray Barlow in the Mustang, 598, taking on Dave Harvey III, 683. Give the win to Dave Harvey. The third, 39 up front, goes 681.5 on the 683 as Barlow. 16 red and goes dead on with a 1. Marty Flagel, 558, taking on Mark Ketter, 748. Double 0-1 margin of victory. Give it to Flagel. Gets lucky with one there. My goodness. Ketterer gave that one back. 752.8 on the 748 with a 009 late. Flagel dead on 0 to be 56 total. Terry Neiman 643 taking on Tony DiLeonardo 601. Give the win there to DiLeonardo. 77 goes 603.1 on the 601 as Neiman 84 and goes 646.7 on the 643. Ted Miley 731 taking on Joe Dedrick 630. Win late, give it to Miley. 733 with a 1 on 731 as Dedrick 008 red and throws away dead on 0. He's going to need a big hug from Becky. JT Schaefer, 641, taking on Emily Alabach, 623. JT Schaefer gets the win there. 006 goes 646 with the 5 on a 641. As Emily missed it a little bit up front, goes 627.7 on the 623. Logan Jett 820 taking on Dan Grippo 667. Winley goes to Grippo, 665.6 on the double breakout win on the 667 dial. As Jet missed it up front and went 817 with a 4 on 820. Jack Alloway, 648, taking on Shane Colburn, 673. Winley goes to Shane Colburn, 22, 674.3 on the 673 as Alloway 649.9 on the 648 dial is done for the day. Unless he gets into the shootout, which is available for sign up now at the bottom of the timing tower. Chris Crodian, 720, taking on Bobby Pennebaker, 704. Give the win to Chris. Dead on with a 0 to be 81 total. As Pennebaker turns it big time red. Goes 710 with a 6 on a 704. Matt Consiglio, 670, taking on Kurt Holland, 630 here tower side. Holland in control here. Win late. Holland 17, 4 above 4 on the 630 dial as Consiglio goes 676.2 on the 670 with a 38 late and no good. John Heddenberg in the Mustang 651 taking on Steve Dustin. Stone Cold dialed 730. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need junior dragsters for Access Insurance Agency, round number 2 to lane 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to lane 6, 7, and 8 for Access Insurance Agency, round number 2. Give the win to Steve Dustin there. As the screen just cleared on me. Ray Fordyce, 660, taking on Ted Zana, 676. But junior dragsters, calls going out for you to 6, 7, and 8. Win light goes to Ted, 678.3 on the 676 with a 28 light. Has Ray 661.5 on a 660 with a 64 light, no good. Roy Winnie, 627, taking on Walt Haas, 716. Win light goes to Rory. 629.8 on the 627 with a 16 light as Walt missed it a little bit up front and goes 717.8 on the 716 to be 90 total for the loss. Ed Binkovitz, 662, taking on Samuel Morgan. 675 for the S10 here tower side. Give the win to Samuel Morgan, 674.4 on the 675 as Ed turns it red and then goes 665.2 on the 662. Matt Wachowski, 633, taking on Lindsey Holzman-Hain, 609 in the Mustang. Winlight Wachowski 635.5 on the 633 dial with a 14 late, as Lindsay 25 up front, and then goes 612 with a 3 on the 609. Stacy Orth 601 taking on Dave Harvey Jr. 704. Winlight give it to Harvey. 006 margin of victory headed his way. 1 above 8 to be 13 total, or 1 above 8 and 13 on the hit to be 31 total. Stacy Orth 29 on the hit, then 6018 on the 601 dial. Jeremy Kleinfelter 645 taking on Robert Smith 647. Winlight Kleinfelter 647.7 on the 645 with a 005 late. As Smith goes 18 up front, then 2 above, 649.8 on the 647 dial for the loss. Steve Dickey 611 taking on Jesse Marshall 726. Give the win to Marshall. 10, 1 above 1 to be 21 total. Dickey is 49 red and then goes 610 with a 3 on a 611. Kevin Mendenhall up now. Driving the Chris Connor machine. Chris has got the dome polished up, shining bright like a diamond. 571. Taking on Caleb Klein. 651 in the Dodge Dakota. Once again, we've called Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, the lane 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 for Junior Dragsters. And Kev, 004 red will end his day there. As Klein, 647.5 on the 651, will take the win. Jeff Sarah, 6 flat in the pickup, taking on Greg Myers, 583 in the Camaro here, tower side. Winlight goes to Jeff Sarah, 003. 3 above 3 to be 36 total. Takes out Myers' 58 reaction time and 585.7 on the 583. George Fisher in the Camaro, 618 taking on Dennis LeBlanc, 650 here tower side. give the win to George Fisher. 622 with a 4 on a 618. With 71 late, Dennis 29 red, and then 646 with a 2 on a 650. Theo Myers 603 taking on Evan Powell 656. Win late there to Evan Powell. 12 dead 9 to be 21 total. Takes out Theo Myers' 38 reaction time at 6:04.4 on a 6:03. Mike Greiner 581 taking on Jake Narr. Jake from State Farm Dog 550. Greiner gets the win. Dead 4 to be 66 total. Impressive. Takes out Narr, who is 58. 2 above 1. Equally impressive. Both Narr will head to the shootout window, and Greiner will head to round 3. Dennis Gerhardt in the wagon. 591 taking on Jamie Cologne. 594. Jamie Cologne with the win. 40 on the hit, 6 flat with a 0 on a 594. Takes out Dennis Gerhardt. 599.3 on the 591. $612 for Ed Races, taking on Trish Witt. 569 for the Camaro. Win late, 002 margin of victory. Give it to Ed. 613 with a 9 on a 612 with a 15 latest. Trish, 24 up front, then 570 with a 2 on a 569. Michael Frank, 635, taking on Paul Stauba. 660 in the Corvette. Win late to Franks. As Stauba 3 red, dead 6. Heartbreak there as Franks 44 and 5 below for the win. Greg Eachus 6 flat. Bob Mullaney 669 in the Camaro. Give the win to Mulaney. 670 with a 1, a 669 with a 28 light is Greg. 6012 on the 6 flat, but turns at 38 red. Macy Stewart, 626. Taking on Ken John, 772. Macy Stewart with the win, 36, dead on with an 8 for the win as Ken 50 up front and then 775. 8 on 772 is no good. Paul Warner, 716, taking on Denny McCloskey. Denny, 650 in the Firebird. Give the win there to Paul Warner as McCloskey turns it red. Warner 718 with a 3 on a 716. McCloskey 644.6 on the 650. William Hines 634 for the big Ford, taking on Kevin Fahey 820 for the Charger. Get the win there to the Charger. 822 with a 9 on 820. As Hines, 641 with a 0 on a 634, takes the loss. Tower side Ray Barlow, the Mustang, 598, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 633. Win light goes to Ray Barlow, 597 with a 6 on a 598 with a 12 late as Bercudo was 10 up front. Double breakout for him, 630 with an 8 on the 633. Mark Ketter, 751, taking on Bill Wackerman, 691. Get the win late to Bill Wackerman. Dead on with a 9 to be 55 total. Ketter 50 up front. Took 40. Had to take 35 or less to turn on the electricity. Oh, no. Did terrible on that math. Need to take 15 or less to turn on some electricity. That sounds a lot better. Bob Bates, 582 the dial. Taking on Nathan Mendenhall back up now. He's got his dance party done. He's pulling up to the starting line, 593. Win light Nathan Mendenhall by Going dead on with a 4 to be 23 total. Locks out Bates 30 reaction time, and Bates will head to the no box sign up. And Mendenhall will head to round number 3. Jana Embley, 622, taking on Will Marshall in the dart, 598. Give the win to Will Marshall. Dead on with a 1 to be 13 total. Jana 31 and mathematically ineligible. Breaks it out one hole with 621.0 on the 622. Matt Patterson back up in the pickup, 665, taking on Joe Dedrick. Joe dialed in at a 630. Hopefully he got that big hug from Becky after that first loss. Turn his day around here on the second entry. And Patterson with problems. And Dedrick gets it woed up. And Patterson pulls it off to the side of the track. Great job by Patterson. As we always try to ask anybody, whenever you break, please pull over as soon as possible. So we'll be down here for just a few minutes as we get Patterson and his parts off the track.
The first person to come to the tower and chug a water bottle gets a gift card.
Well, the girls did that so fast, I don't even know what they said. So hopefully you heard it and you bring it to the tower first and get your prize. Kurt Holland up now, taking on the motorcycle over there. Mike Tremblay, 578 on the bike, 631 here tower side. Next up, Jeff Alabach, 670. Dave Harvey III, 683. Billy cleared my screen as soon as the cars went through the stripe, so didn't even get a chance to say something. Harvey III grabs the win. 681.4 on the 683 with a 19 late. Alabach, 666.4 on the 670 dial. No good. Marty Flegel, 557 taking on John Olcott, 770 into Monte Carlo. Dead on with a 0 to beat 28 total is Marty Flegel. And John Olcott goes 767.5 on the 770, breaking it out. Terry Demon, 647, taking on Rich Windler. Dialed 640 in the Mustang. Windley give it to Windler in the Mustang, 648 with a 9 on, 640 with a 60 light is Neiman, 658.5 on the 647 with a 54 light and out of here. JT Schaefer, 642, taking on Matt Richeza in the FRBR house truck, 579.
JT Schaefer, Matt Richeza, your next pair. Schaefer, the Mustang. Richeza in the Nitro Fish FRBR truck. And Richeza's making all other drivers look bad. He's 003, but loses the double breakout. Took 20 to break out 17 thou. Schaefer broke out just 4 thou. Schaefer, though, 10 up front. Made it a hard lap. Tough loss there for Richeza, bringing the end to his weekend. Schaefer moves on. Ted Miley, Tony D. Leonardo, your next pair. Miley, left side, 732 out of Chalfont, PA. 65 Chevelle. D. Leonardo, Mustang out of New Jersey. Jersey Concrete. Entry moves on. He got a whole lot of the tree, but it doesn't much matter when your opponent goes red. Almost hit the dial, though, just 1 thou under. Miley also, dead 2. But that red light start ends his day in that entry and pushes D. Leonardo through. And then the bye run, Jeremy Stoker, former FRBR winner. Out of Elkton, Maryland, another Camaro. Gorgeous blue 69 Camaro. He says 662 this time. 28 on the hit and legs it out to a 58. He's only holding 4. He knows what he's doing. Don't worry about it. That brings the end to round number 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. This announcement is for our top bulb people. So if you're still in the event, please perk your ears up. The run order that I had put out for this event was done with great intentions. It was meant to give you all time to cool down and not feel like you had to hot lap. However, everybody just kind of continued to hot lap, which has led to a lot of confusion in the lanes and a lot of unintended frustration. So seeing that and noticing that, moving forward from this round through the rest of the day and forevermore in FRBR, we're going back to the original where we will call doubles first and then the rest. So with that, I need top doubled door cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top doubled door cars to 1 and 2. I'm sorry that plan didn't work out, and for anybody that felt frustration by it, I swear to you it was intended to be a benefit, but ideas don't always work out in reality the way they look on paper. So thank you for your forgiveness, and top double door cars to lanes 1 and 2. The rest of door car is on standby. And now I'm going to give it back to Chad as we are into round number 2 of Junior Dragster. B&M Performance Junior Dragster.
And Andy tumbles down the stairs, not literally, but figuratively, to get back down to go probably work on one of his 17 junior dragsters he has down there. $12.27 the dollar for Joey Fordyce, taking on Lincoln Wisniewski, $13.82 for the Young Guns. Double breakout, give the win to Joey Fordyce, 12.19 with an 8 on 12.27 as Lincoln 13.73 with a 3 on 13.82 is no good. Levi Nahr up next, 8.94, taking on Eli Stack, 8.91 for the Levi on Eli competition. Already some rips there at the 330. Win light, give it to Levi Nahr. 8.97 with a 5 on 8.94 with a 13 reaction time is Eli, 8.89.6 on the 8.91. 15 at the hit. Good little drag race there for those drivers. Olivia Torchia, 9.02, taking on Reagan Ketterman, 8.97. Win light, give it to Reagan, 9.02.6 on the 8.97 with an 88 reaction time. Olivia a little late leaving there, goes at 8.99.6 on the 9.02 dial. Logan Gianna Tiempo, 12.09, taking on Evan Stack, 8.90. And once again, we've called double door cars for top to 1 and 2 for Team EFR, round number 2 of C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Double door cars, double door cars, double. Yep, that's got a W in there somewhere. Double door cars, 2, 1, and 2. Double red light give the true start win to Logan as Evan big time red. And Logan 12.055 on the 12.09 is Evan 8.87.5 on the 8.90. Paige Doney 8.91. And Paige 8.92 with a 4 on an 8.91. Madeline Brockmeyer, 8.17. Taking on Frank Aragona the third, 7.93. Dead on with a 1. Madeline gets the win as Frank turned it red, throws away dead on with a 7. Anthony Magliocco here, tower side, 7.90, taking on Zach Gale, 8.03. Win late tower side to Anthony. 7.93 with a 7 on a 7.90 with a 21 late is Zach. 8.05 with a 1 on an 8.03, but late at the hit. Madeline Torchia, 7.90, taking on Ella Ketterman, 7.96. And Tommy happy. He's got both girls into round number 3, and Chase Elliott's win still stands. 7.99 with an 8 on a 7.96 for Ketterman, as Madeline 7.93 1 on a 7.90, but 14 red is no good. Logan Anderson 8.01 taking on Gabriella McCloskey 7.90. 789 with a 4 on a 790 gives the double breakout win to Gabriella. As Logan 8 flat with a 1 on an 801. No good. Took 13. Had to take 10 or less. We need all of top door car to 1 and 2, please. All of top door car to 1 and 2. And first call for dragster doubles to 5 and 6, please. Dragster doubles to 5 and 6. We need dragster doubles to 5 and 6, please. Paisley Anderson 796 taking on Jackson Griner 791. A classic Maple Grove matchup here. Win light, give it to Paisley. Dead on with a 5 to be 54 total. Griner 54 on the hit and 2 above a 1, no good. My man Charlie Blittersdorf here at Tower Side brought me a cookie earlier. What a kid. We all do the best we can with Brian, but Charlie and Hannah, they're just top notch. 796 the dial for him. Totally kidding. Brian's one of the best there is. James Stack Jr. 792 in the half scale machine. Win late, give it to Charlie Blittersdorf, 20, 1 above, 7 to be 37 total, takes out James Stack, who is 29, and 3 above, 0. No good. Alphonse Magliocco III, 790, taking on Aaron Willing, 803, over in the Octane 94 lane. Win late by 008. Give it to Aaron Willing. 8060 on the 803 dial with a 30 late as Alphonse 791.9 on the 790 for the loss. Shane Connor 790 now. Chris Connor, if you can't see him, then you may want to go book a doctor with your eye doctor. Book an appointment with your eye doctor because he is eccentric out there today. Gianna Troy 837. Win late, give it to Gianna Troy. 836 with a 7 on 837 with a 41 late is Shane Connor. 14 up front and doesn't get it done on the big end. Took 34, had to take 24 or less and could have turned on some electricity there. Abigail Martin, 790, heads up race with Danny Spots. Spots out of Douglasville, PA. And don't forget, sign-ups are open and available for the Morris Performance Transmission Saturday shootouts. that have been now deemed the Sunday shootouts. So come one, come all, sign up. Win late, give it to Danny. 796.6 on the 790 with an 11 late. Has Abigail 791.0 on the 790, but 98 total is no good in this one. Paul Stalva now, 805, taking on Bella Troy. Bella 790 for the driver out of Northeast Maryland. Stalva out of Hamilton, New Jersey. At the straight, win late, give it to Paul Stalva. 806.4 on the 805 with a 50 late as Bella. 55 up front and then goes 792.2 on the 790 dial for the loss. And that will complete Access Insurance Agency round number 2 of B&M Performance Junior Dragster, and will roll us into Team EFR Embley Family Racing round number 2 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. We'll do some light track prep, and we'll be right back to the racing action.
Here we go, super round number 2, top bulb. First pair up, Rock Moja going to take on Mr. Shane Jett. Moja out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania. Wheel stand in Vega Wagon, dial 524. Going to take on Shane Jett, Monte Carlo, dial 596. 2,000, separate them, slight advantage goes to Moja. Win light goes the other way. Shane Jett, 19, 2 above, gets there by 4,000. Moja gave it back. 17 up front, goes 2 above 8 at 128. And I know he's got just a little more mile an hour than that. Jett coming back for round number 3. Next up, we got John Reed and Rich Manginelli. Reed left lane, 641 dial in the Dodge Coronet. And Manginelli out of Morganville, New Jersey, 2000 Camaro, dial 584. Another good one here, 4,000, separate them. Advantage goes John Reed. Win light goes to Reed. 11, 3 above, gets there by 35,000. Manginelli's 015, but goes way above, 6 above. No good. Reed coming back. Killer matchup right now. Steve Cisco going to take on Jason Lawrence. Cisco, $1 million man. 603 dial on the Cavalier. Going to take on Jason Lawrence out of Hamilton, New Jersey. 651 dial. And I'll just say, look for the brake lights. Both guys take, well, let's just say they stage meticulously. Lawrence going to leave first. He's got a pre-stage first, though. It might happen. Oh, look at that. Cisco's in. Lawrence is in. Woo! 005, 009. Advantage Lawrence. Win light goes. Jason Lawrence on the dump. 005, 2 above at 94 miles an hour. Cisco was 009. Gets there by 27 down. He got fed every bit of it. Breakout by 7 down. We got Barry Sorter, Bill Carroll. Sorter left lane, 72 Nova, dial 679. Bill Carroll in the T-bucket, dial 624. $14,000 separate him. Advantage goes to Sorter. Win light goes to Sorter. 004, 1 above. Gets there by 36 down. Carroll was 018 and 3 above. It's going to end that entry. Don't know if he has another one, but that one's done. Marcus McClure and Jimmy Fordyce. Marcus left lane in the Nova, dial 687. Going to take on the very quick Jim Fordyce Corvette, dialed 482. Going to make a call for dragsters again. Staging lanes, dragsters, all dragsters. We need you for round number 2. Dragsters, staging lanes. Bring them up, please. Double 07, 030, 27,000 advantage, 23,000 advantage, and win light. Gonna go. Marcus McClure gets there by 8,000, 2 above. Jimmy was 30 and 1 above. It's gonna end his day. It's gonna bring up Jake Morris in the S10. Dial 618. Scott Franks Jr. in the Franks Family Nova will dial 634. I've made a lot of laps in that car, let's just say. A lot. Thousands. Once again, we're looking for all of top bowl for round number 2. All of top bowl, round number 2. 26th advantage goes to Scott Franks Jr. Win light goes. Scott Franks Jr. How about 11 dead 3, 14 total. Gives Morris no shot. He's 37 dead on 3 and still behind, but 26th down. Nice lap. Scott Franks Jr. coming back. Erica Grader, Caleb Klein next up. Caleb, right lane, dial 647 in the Dakota. Going to take on Erica Grader, 96 Mustang. Erica, dial 585. Only 1 thou separate them. 1 thou advantage goes to the Dakota. Win light's going to go Erica. 22 up front. 1 above 8. Gets there by 5 thou. Nice job. Caleb Klein was 021. 2 above. It's going to end that entry. We got Scholar Stump left lane. Beautiful Camaro. Dial 561. Going to take on Anthony Zegg. Also good looking Camaro. 82 model. Dial 616. Big reaction time advantage. It's going to go to Scholar Stump. Should and does put the win light on. 007. Dead on 2. 9 total for Scholar. Anthony missed it. 054 up front. Also goes dead on. Scholar Stump. Nice lap coming back. Vega Wagon left lane. Not on file right now. Probably somebody knows his name, but I do not. 653 dial. Going to take on Rich Novinsky. Novinsky in the Dodge Roadster. Now 575. 22 thou advantage. Goes to the Vega Wagon. Win light goes. Vega Wagon. 15 dead on 8. Gets there by 34 thou. Novinsky 037. 2 above. And no. Good. Going to bring up Andy Parcell left lane, 74 Ford. I think this is a, what they call this car? I don't know. 619 dial. Take on Jacob Wilson, 67 Camaro dial, 627. Mustang 2. Mustang 2, I believe. Boredom 0. Wilson turns it 10 thou red. Andy Parcell comes back, 25 reaction time. And breaks out by a few. And we'll bring up Eddie McBride and Brandon Miller. McBride left lane. Ridley Park, Pennsylvania, 82 Camaro, dial 607. And Brandon Miller, 78 Malibu, dial 657. Once again, all top ball for round number 2 should be in the lanes. True start. Double red light win. Going to go with Brandon Miller, who was 1 thou red and 3 thou under. McBride is 3 thou red and 4 thou under. Miller comes back. Mike Barber, Dale Jackson, don't call me Mikey left lane. 92 Mustang, dial 605, and Dale Jackson, low ride Nova, dial 562. Reaction time's close, win light goes to Barber. 7 dead 5 for a 12 pack. Matches Dale Jackson's 12 light, but he goes 3 above. Don't call me Mikey. Moving on to round 3. We got Pete Morris left lane, 622 dial. I'll take on Adam Keir. Keir out of North Carolina, S10, dial 601. Two thou separate them. 12 to a 14. Advantage went to Adam Keir. Win light goes Keir. 12 dead 1. Gets there by nothing. Trip zip 6. 6/10 thou finish line. 13 pack. Adam Keir. Morris is 14 and 1 thou under. Win light goes Adam Keir. Good race. Good race. Good lap. Matt Witkowski. Travis Hill next up. Witkowski left lane. GMC, pick 'em up truck, dial 657. Travis Hill in the Mustang, dial 622. Five thou separate them. Advantage Witkowski. But win light's going to go Travis Hill, 15, and goes 640 as Witkowski has a bunch of problems. Way, way, way over the dial. Travis Hill to round 3. It's going to bring up Jack Rader, left lane, Rolling Thunderbird. Jack's been around a long time. That car is pristine. Dial 522. Going to take on Les Gibson, 76 Arrow. Old Goat Racing, dial 598. And we got stop action for a minute. Tough break for Witkowski. Going to have to push him off the track. Looks like we're good to go. Crater and Gibson. Gibson, $598 going off the bottom. I like it. Gibson turns it 2,000 red. Jack Rader. We'll move on to round number 3. 15 reaction time. 4 above at 132. It's going to bring up John Scott and Steve Dunn. Scott left lane. The Escape Vega $596 and Steve Dunn out of Jackson, New Jersey. $565 for the Camaro. The beautiful Camaro. $21,000 advantage. It's going to go to Steve Dunn. And the win light will go. Steve Dunn, 15 up front, 1 above, takes $12,000. John Scott was 036, dead 6. 42 total. Not going to cut it this time. Steve Dunn around 3. Now we got John McClure and Shane Jett. McClure left lane. Watson Daniel, S10 $519. Going to take on Shane Jett. Second entry. Coming out of Browns Mills, New Jersey, $597. $8,000 separate him. $8,000 advantage goes to McClure. The win light goes Shane Jett. 20, 2 above. Gets there by $4,000. McClure is 012. 3 above to be $4,000 behind. Jett, I believe, has 2. Going around number 3. And we got Ron Reese, John Reed. Reese left lane, dial 624. He'll take the win as Reed in his second entry is $5,000 red. 15, 2 above for Ron Reese. It's going to move on. Round number 3. Got Bobby Kreltner, left lane. Firebird, dial 624. Going to take on Lee Zane, driving the J. Lawrence Camaro. Guys are doubling up. Jason put on a win light. See what Lee does. Lee, dial 651, 624 for Kreltner. Your second round biggest breakouts. How about the bottom, Denny McCloskey, as I know he went red. Oh, he was the biggest break. Zane goes 3,000 red. Kreltner coming back, 19 dead on 2, 21 total. Zane is 3 red and couple under. Larry Payton, Rich Manginelli. Payton left lane. S10 was on tour this year. I mean, all the way to, I believe, Winter Nationals. Dial 710, he is on a throttle stop. Manginelli out of New Jersey, dial 584 in the Camaro. Biggest breakout in junior was Lincoln Wesneski. I guess you get awards for that. I guess. Come get your prize, Denny and Lincoln. And we got them shut off. Looks like Payton having a little bit of a problem there on the starting line. Tough break. Maginelli will get a comp single. Rich Manginelli goes 585, and that 584 dial comes back for round number 3. It's going to bring up Dalton Rolls. Beautiful 67 Chevy 2, dial 514, going to take on Jimmy Larrow. Vineland, New Jersey, S10, dial 640. Larrow turns it 9th out red. Dalton rolls to round number 3, 35 up front, goes 516 on 514 dial, 134. A couple of guys that know each other pretty well. Barry Sauter, Brock Mosier. Sauter left lane, 72 Nova on his second entry, dial 678. Going to take on Mr. Brock Mosier. Out of his lane this time, dial 524 in the Vega wagon. Mosier had a 1-pack yesterday for a put on a win light. This time he's a little bit behind. 014, 031 advantage and win light. Going to go to Barry Sauter. 14 up front, down 519 total. Brock Mosier could not win. He's 31 up front, 1 above on the dump. Sauter coming back. Now we're going to transition into the long cars. Dragsters up. Danny Ward is going to take on Jeff Taylor. Danny left lane. Fort Washington, New Jersey. Or is it Pennsylvania? Not sure. 512 dial. We'll take on Jeff Taylor. Coming out of Apache Junction, Arizona, or Pennsylvania. You pick it. Dial 471. .006 to 029, big advantage, gonna go, left lane, win light goes. Danny Waters, 006, 2 above, gets there by 11th thou. Taylor, 029, and 1 above is no good. I'm sure he's got another entry. Take a second shot at it. Next up, we got Bob Murphy, Greg Hicks. Hicks, also out of Arizona, Las Vegas. Whatever, you pick it, 466 dial. Gonna take on Bob Murphy, left lane. A to Z car, dial 464. 200's advantage. Going to go by Murphy. Win light goes to Murphy. 12 up front. 1 above. He gets there by 3 thou. Hicks is 032. And under and behind. Murphy, round 3. Another good matchup here. Paul Kelly and Jeff. Big money. Sarah. Kelly left lane, 459 to dial. And Jeff Sarah has won just about anything you could win. Dial 484.
Last call for the...
Last call for the Sunday shootout. All the shootouts. All the shootouts. You want to sign up? Bring them up. Bring your money. Want to fill them? 64 cars. 50 car now. 50 car now.
Minimum, still 64, but minimum 50.
Minimum 50. Okay. Get all 64. Pays $2,500. Sarah 484, 459. He'll be patting the gas pedal. Well, I'll tell you what. Somebody's perfect. Win like goes. Paul Kelly. How about perfect? Trip zip. Goes 2 above. Gets there by 18 thou. Sarah's 016. Dumps him off to go 2 above. Paul Kelly will move to round number 3. It's going to bring up Rick Turkowski, left lane. Quay Dragster, dial 474. And John Taylor, all part of that Arizona-Pennsylvania deal. John Taylor, dial 469. Fourth out, separate him. Slight advantage goes Turkowski. Win light goes Turkowski. 20 up front. Goes 1 above. Gets there by a thou. Ow, good race there. Taylor is 024. All 3 of those guys dropped their entries. Ooh, 24. Dead on 8 is no good by 1 thou. Turkowski moves on around 3. Now we got Sonny Bakley, left lane. Dial 524. Quay Dragster going to take on a very, very, very loud and very quick Travis Lassiter Jr. Dial 412. 412. Pro Charge Zoomy headers. I was on the starting line before when he ran that thing. Ouch. Double red light wind's going to go Travis Lassiter. He's 2 thou red and goes 4 above at 168. Sonny was a lot red. Breaks out by a thou. Lassiter moves on. It's going to bring up Jason Hoff and Shane Beck. Hoff left lane. Out of Pennsylvania. We're in Pennsylvania, I guess. Yeah, we are. 443 dial and Shane Beck will dial 518. Shane Beck passed Division I bracket finals winner. I couldn't tell you the exact year. It's a few years ago, right? 2018, says Billy. I believe him. Big reaction time advantage by 400. We'll put the win light on for Jason Hoff. 13 up front, 2 above. Beck missed it, 053. Breaks out, got there by 8 thou, but had to break out by 200. Jason Hoff moving on. Jimmy DiGiaco, Chris Wilson should be a good one here. Jimmy DiGiaco. Man, he's backing up fast. This is pretty quick for Jimmy. Jimmy been around a long time, known him a long time. CNF chassis, dial 443, and Chris Wilson. Spanky. Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. Spanky, dial 451. Somebody's going to stage. Maybe. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, DiGiaco in. Wilson in. That was a pretty quick burn down. 3,000 separate them. Slight advantage goes Chris Wilson. Win light goes to Wilson. 12, 1 above. Gets there by 5 thou. DiGiaco 15, also 1 above. Win light. Spanky. Going to bring out Mike Rogers and Antoine Jett. Rogers left lane out of Albany, New York. Dial 476. Going to take Antoine. Antoine lives in, I believe, Jersey. Maybe, maybe not. 489 dial for Antoine. Once again, sign up for the shootouts. I told you he was out of New Jersey, that Antoine, that guy, that Twan Jett. Advantage goes to Mike Rogers. Win light to Rogers. 17, 2 above. Gets there by a bunch. Antoine missed it a little bit, 033, but goes way above. 5 above, no good. Mike Rogers moves on. Next up, we got Jack Ostrowski and Nick Giantiempo. Actually, they told me how to pronounce that name at Cecil. I think it's just Giantempo. Dial 504 right lane, and Jack O. Jack O owns a business called East Coast Alternator. I know Jack pretty well. Jack, dial 455. $200's advantage goes to Jack Ostrowski. Win light goes the other way. Giantempo was 24, 1 above. Gets there by 9 thou. Jack was 004, 4 above, and 9 thou behind. Giantempo to round 3. Brian Balducci, Matt Shell. Next up, Chicken, left lane. We'll dial 492. And Matt Shell out of Long Valley, New Jersey. 486 dial for Shell. 18 to 36. Shell has him doubled up, and we'll put the win light on. Ouch. 18, one above. That's Chicken missed it. 036. Takes 6 thou to break out by 8 thou. No good. Shell moving on. And I'm going to hand the mic over because, actually, believe it or not, I'm still in bottom bulb. Hand it over to Chad.
And with that, we'll call bottom doubles to 1 and 2. Bottom doubles to 1 and 2. 4. Access Insurance Agency round number 3. Bottom ball doubles to 1 and 2. Win light there goes to Mark Kelly, 457.3 on the $460 with 13 lays. Brian Crum turns at 23 red and gets 498.5 on the 496. Connor Hebig, 480, taking on Dave Deeds, 474. Once again, doubles for Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box doubles to 1 and 2, no box doubles to 1 and 2 for Access Insurance Agency round number 3. Give it to Dave Deeds. Dead on with a 9 to be 13 total. Locks out Hebig's 23 reaction time. 23 dead 9. Not a bad lap, but no good. Scott Lorish here, Tower Side, 490 the dial, taking on Severn Johnson, 470. Sir, this is probably the first time this matchup has ever happened. Get the win to Severn. 3 above on the 470 dial to be 37 total. Scott Lorish, 16 on the hit, goes 494.9 on the 490 dial, and no good. George Miller, 484, taking on Jed Narr, 512. Win light, give it to Jed Narr. Jed, 16 dead, 3, 19 total. As George Miller is 5 red, dead 8. Nice lap on both sides, but no good. Kevin Mendenhall, 495 in the dragster, taking on Mike Hall, 468. And attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. 4:30. 4:30 will be closing the Speed Shop. Speed Shop is closing at 4:30. Speed Shop is closing at 4:30. Win light, give it to Kevin Mendenhall. 13 dead 2, 15 total. Locks out Hoff's 19 reaction time. 19 2 above, 0 and out of here is Hoff. Bobby Spence, 439. Out of Rockville, Maryland, taking on Bob Engelman. 450 here, Tower Side. Win light, give it to Spence. Spence is 23, 438.5 on the 439 as Engelman, 005 red, dead 4. Engelman, tough lap there. Don Matson, 465, taking on David Hebig, 471. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need all of no box to 1 and 2. Car number 14X70, you had to wait and see by. All of no box to 1 and 2 for round number 3, please. Give that last win there to Don Matson, 13, goes 467.9 on the 465 as Hebig, 44 up front, then 473.1 on the 471. Bill Maroon, 455, taking on Frank Zegg, 471. All of no box, all of Road Runner Race Fuels no box to 1 and 2 for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3. All of no box to 1 and 2, please. Win light, give it to Frank Zegg, 5, 1 above 4 to be 19 total. Bill Maroon was 21 up front and no good. 456.7 on the 455 and his day has ended. Chris Reynolds, 452, taking on Jeff Wisniewski, 483. And Jeff Wisniewski is going to need a hug. Big hug. Trip zip, breaking it out 2,000, took 35, had to take 33 or less. As Reynolds, 20, 453.3 on the 452. Gets it done. Randy Krause, 489, take on Jason Amy, 510. Win light, give it to Jason Amy. 11, 1 above 7 to be 28 total. As Randy Kraus, 19, 2 above 1 for the loss. Jeff Taylor, 472 here, Tower Side, taking on Jason Barrow, 442. Give the win there to Jeff Taylor. 008, dead 2 to be 10 total. Barrow 16 up front and wasting gas. 443, 8 on the 442 is mathematically ineligible from the start. Dalton Rolls and Jen Murray. Murray with a starting line advantage at the stripe. Win light, give it to Rolls. 447, 8 on the 445 of the 19 light is Murray. 13 up front, then breaks it out. 1 thou, took 35. That'd take 34 or less on the 564 dial. Jeff Sarah, the dog, 485. Taking on Greg Parsons, 479. Sarah turns it red, shows his hand, 479, 8 on the 485, 002 red. Greg Parsons, dead 5 to be 44 total and grab the win light. Dan Northrup, Kamikaze Kid, 455, taking on Jessica Hall, 472. Double 06, margin of victory. Give it to Jessica Hall, 472, 8 on the 472 with the 14 light is Northrop, 29 up front and breaking it out 1 thou on the big end. Bobby Hensley, 471, taking on Bob Murphy III here, Tower Side, 464. Win light, give it to Inslee. 9 total for Hollywood. Takes out the 11 reaction time of Murphy. Murphy 11, dead 6. Great lap on both sides of the track there. Michael Shoup, 475, taking on Dan Waters, 514. Win light, give it to Shoup. Dead on with a 0. And Waters dead on with a 7, but 3 red and no good. John Taylor, tower side 470. Tom Spangler 481. 003 margin of victory. Give it to John Taylor. 20 total. 16 dead 4. Takes it from Spangler, who is 12. 1 above, 1 to be 22 total and no good. Next up, Dubs. WR Ketterman's 460 on this race tech. Taking on Greg Hicks, 466. And Chelsea's husband turns it 004 red, clicks it off early. He'll hit the cooler and head back to Salisbury. Greg Hicks, 8, 2 above with a 4, moves on. Tom Staubel up next, 480, taking on Mike Rogers, 476. Win light, give it to Staubel, 19 total, 13 dead 6. Rogers 9 red up front, throws away dead on 7. That'd have been a good run if Rogers kept it green. Bill Carroll 496, taking on Bob Hickey 474. And we have called all of No Box. All of No Box has been called. If you're not there, you're late. We're getting down to the last few pairs of top, and we'll be headed to you next. Drivers in 1 and 2, start loading up, getting ready. Drivers in 1 and 2, load them up, getting ready. Drivers 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. Get the win to Bob Hickey, 475 of the 3 on the 474. Has Bill Carroll 495.7 on a 496. Breaks it out and no good. Had a chance there. Took 12. Going to have to take 9 or less. Turn that win light on. Travis Laster Jr., 442 in the slow car. That's right, his slow car at 442. Andrew Black, 486. Win light, give it to Andrew Black, 489.9 on the 486 with a 35 light as Laster turns it 003 red. He goes 440 with the 5 on a 442. Next up, Shane Beck and David Wing. $606 the dollar for Wing. Beck is 518. Wing had to wait and see by. He saw that he did not have one. $20 to a 22, win late to the 20. 20 dead 1 to be 21 total as David Wing knocks out Shane Beck's 22 reaction time. Thanks for playing, Shane. 516.2 on the 518 and no good. And that will conclude Team EFR round number 2 of C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. We'll head into Roadrunner Race Fuels no box for access. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, here's your first call for Cap Motorsports, round number 3 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters. We need 6 to 12-year-olds in lane 7 and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. 6 to 12-year-olds in lane 7 and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 8. Into Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We've got Jeremy Stoker, 659 in the Camaro, taking on Bill Wackerman in the F-body here, tower side, 690. And the competition's starting to heat up. Stoker with the win. 1 above 3 to be 27 total as Wackerman, I think he messed that one up. Maybe not. 693.3 on the 690. 003 up front, though. Had some room to work with, but not able to get the job done. Nathan Mendenhall back up, ready to party in his seat there before he gets all pre-staged. Some kind of rain dance ritual he's got going on. 594, taking on Tony D. Leonardo, 601 in the Mustang. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. And listen closely after I announce this. Tony D. Leonardo, 29, dead 7 to be 36 total, takes a 002 margin of victory over Nathan Mendenhall, who is 31 and dead 7 to be 38 total, and no good. The rain dance did not work there. Top and no box. Top and no box. There will not be a top and no box shootout. If you went ahead and paid your money for the shootout, come to the first floor of the tower and get your refund. Junior dragsters, we are intending to run your shootout. We did have enough cars for that. So junior dragsters, we will run your shootout. Top and no box. We are not, I repeat, not running your shootout. Please come get your refund if you paid in. Kurt Holland, 631 to Robert Bates, 582. Win light, Kurt Holland, dead on with a 7 to be 36 total. Bates, 10 up front. Took 29, had to take 26 or less to get the job done on the 582 dial, breaking it out, 581 with a 7. Holland will move on. JT Schaefer in the Mercury Capri, 641. It's a gentleman's joust, as my buddy TJ Jordan would say. Rich Windler in the Mustang, dialed heads up. Schaefer turns it red. Windler grabs the win. 26. 640 with a 1 on a 641. Schaefer dead on with a 5. But when you're red that much, you're no good. Marty Flagel, 557, taking on Shane Colburn, 673 in the Duster. Also, we had second round biggest breakout. Bottom went to Denny McCloskey. Junior went to Lincoln Wisniewski. If you haven't picked up your lucky loser prize yet, be sure to do so. 007 margin of victory goes to Marty Flagel as he is 17, dead on 9 to be 26 total. Locks out Shane Colburn's 28 reaction time. He is mathematically ineligible on a decent lap there. 28 dead 5 will win you some rounds, but as the rounds go deeper, the action gets hotter, the packages get tighter. We're talking about drag racing. Dave Harvey III, 683. Taking on Chris Codian here, tower side, 721. Dead on with a 0 is Dave Harvey III, and Chris breaks it out. Had it in the bag, but couldn't get the job done there. 719 with a 9 on the 721. Harvey will move on. Andrew Bercudo, 631. Stone Cold Steve Dustin, 730. Win light, 005, margin of victory. Give it to Stone Cold, 731.8 on the 730 with a 37 light. Bercudo late at the hit and then breaks it out trying to get there. 630 with a 4 on a 631. Jeremy Kleinfelder, 644, taking on Caleb Klein, 651. Win light, give it to Caleb Klein. Double breakout run, 649 with a 7 on 651. As Jeremy Kleinfelder, 642. 6 on the 644 is no good. Matt Richez over in the far lane, 664. Taking on Matt Witkowski, 636, and just to make his day. Cam Murray, I bet Matt is going to win this round. Win light, give it to Witkowski, 20. Dead 9 to be 29 total. Richeza, 19 and drops it to go 2 above. Didn't like what he saw there. At 97 miles an hour. Sam Morgan, 675. Taking on Dan Grippo, 667. Win light, give it to Samuel Morgan, dead on with a 9 to be an astounding 87 total for the win. As far lane 673.0 on the 667 dial is no good. Macy Stewart back up now, 626, taking on Ted Zana, 678. Give the win there to Macy as Ted is 16 red and breaks it out 1 foul. Goes 624.8 on the 626. Ray Barlow, 598, taking on Jamie Cologne, 594. Win light's going to go to Jamie Cologne as Ray Barlow's 005 red. And Cologne 592 with a 6 on a 594 as Barlow throws away dead on 0 with a 5 red. Oh, that's a hug and a prayer run. Michael Frank, 632, taking on Will Marshall, 597. Win late by 006. Give it to Will Marshall. 8, 1 above 1 to be 19 total. As Franks is 15, 1 above 0 to be 25 total. And headed to the trailer. Paul Warner, 7-17, taking on George Fisher, 6-22. Again, no shootouts for top and no box. No shootouts for top and no box. If you paid in your money, come to the bottom of the time and tower, get your refund. Win late, give it to Paul Warner. Dead on with the 1 to be 43 total is Fisher, 38 up front. But he goes 6-24-6 on the 6-22 and is no good. Evan Powell, 6-56, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 7-05 for the man that doesn't know what to do with his hands. $24 total for Pouse. Dead egg. Harvey breaking it out 8 thou. He needed a hand controller. No good. Mike Griner, 581. Taking on Joe Dedrick, 631. I'm sure the camp was looking for this matchup. Win like Joe Dedrick, dead on with a 1, or dead on with a 7, sorry. Be 54 total as Griner hogs up the stripe. Took 20, had to take 11 or less. But that's Griner driving there for you. Kevin Fahey, 820 the dial. Taking on Bob Mullaney. Came up here and gave me a little break for a few pairs, 668. Bob, talk good about you, man. 002 red. We were hoping for more rounds of you out there. 670 with a 4 and a 668 as Kevin breaks it out 816 with a 2 on 820 for the win. Ted Miley, 732, taking on Ed Races, 615. Win late, Ted Miley, 731-1 on the 732. Has the double breakout. Ed, 613-5 on the 615 will end his weekend. Marty Flegel, 557, taking on Rory Winnie, 627 in Melanie's truck. Tension the pits, tension the pits. We need double entered door cars for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top double door cars to 1 and 2. Double door cars to 1 and 2. Win light, give it to Marty Flegel. Dead on with a 4 to be 32 total. Rory, 54 up front and breaks it out. 626.5 on the 627. And Paisley, if she doesn't trip over another door frame, has another challenge.
First person to come to the tower with mismatched shoes gets a gift card.
Mismatched shoes, mismatched shoes. First person to come to the tower with mismatched shoes wins a gift card. Paisley tripping over 2 left feet up here. Jesse Marshall, 7:29, take on Jeremy Stoker, 6:58. Winlake Stoker dead on with a 1 to be 76 total as Marshall breaks it out considerable amount. He broke it out 34, took 37. He was going to have to tighten her up pretty good there. Bill Wackerman, 692, taking on Dave Harvey III, 683. Double 08 margin of victory, give it to Dave Harvey III. He's 38 dead 9 to get the win as Wackerman was 22, 3 above 3 for the loss. We have called double door cars. We're looking for you to 1 and 2. Double door cars to 1 and 2. Winlake, Kurt Holland, 631.8 on the 632 with a 33. Late double breakout with Tony D. Leonardo. So he goes 6 flat with a 6 on the 601. Double door cars. We need you to 1 and 2. Double door cars. We need you there now, please. Nate Mendenhall back up, trying to keep one rolling here, 594. JT Schaefer, 642 in the Mercury Capri. We'll take all the door cars to 1 and 2, please. All door cars for Top Bob to 1 and 2 for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3. All of door cars need you to 1 and 2. And 126F, you are the wait and see buy in top. 126F, you're the one wait and see buy in top. Winlake, give it to Mendenhall on the double breakout. He's 11, breaking it out 592.6 on the 5 at $94. Schaefer is 638.6 on the 642. Gets there first by 0004, but Mendenhall grabs the win. Rich Windler back up in the Mustang, 641, taking on Jeff Serra. Jeff down to this single entry, I believe. I think he lost both with the dragster, so 6 flat or nothing for Jeff Serra here in no box. And Sarah will move on. Windler turns at 15 red. And Sarah 594.2 on the 6 flat dial. Shows a little bit of his hand there. 639.8 on the 641. And that will do us for Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We'll head into Cap Motorsports, round number 3 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters. And we need all door cars to 1 and 2. All door cars to 1 and 2. And we need double dragsters, double dragsters. Oh, we don't have any. Okay. So we'll take all dragsters to 5 and 6, please. All dragsters to 5 and 6. Dragsters to 5 and 6. And we're in. Juniors are ready to go. Levi Nar, 895. Joey Fordyce, 1219. And Nar in a little bit of trouble here. Wind light, give it to Fordyce. 1216 with a 9 on 1219 with a 30 light as Nar 891.6 on the 895 and was late leaving. Logan Gianna Tiempo, 12 flat, taking on Paige Doney, 891. Page in control here. Wind light Page, 53. Goes 892 with a 1 on 891 as Logan laid it to hit and 1220 with a 3 on the 12 flat. Reagan Ketterman with the bye here, 899. Once again, we've called all of top. All of top. We've called door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters to 5 and 6. Door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters to 5 and 6. All of top has been called. Oh, okay, Reagan. Reagan is 008 and puts it 1 above 6 to be 24 total on the bye run. Showing off. Go ahead, girl. And from one Ketterman sister to the other, Ella Ketterman, 797. Taking on Madeline Brockmeyer, 816. Winlight, give it to Ella. Her sister was 24 total. She was trying to match her. She's 21 above zero to be 30 total, as Madeline was 39 at the hit and unfortunately mathematically ineligible because 817 with a 2 on 816. Next up, Aaron Willing, 805, taking on Anthony Magliocco, 790. Double breakout, give the win to Aaron, 8011 on the 805 dial with a 26 late as Anthony is 71 up front and he goes 785.8 on the 790 for the loss. Gabriella McCloskey up next, 790, taking on Paisley Anderson, 795 here tower side. Win leg goes to Paisley. She didn't have two left feet in the car. 51, 4 above 4 for the win. Has Gabriella 58 up front. Goes 789.6 on the 790. Had the room. Had to take 36 or less there. Charlie Blittersdorf, 798. Taking on Gianna Troy, 836. Win light, give it to Blittersdorf. Cue ball, 8 flat with a 5 on a 798 with a 30 light. Gianna Troy breaks it out, 834-1 on the 836 for the loss. Paul Stauba, 803, taking on Danny Spot, 790. Once again, we've called all dragsters to 5 and 6, all dragsters to 5 and 6, and all of door cars, all top door cars to 1 and 2. Everybody in top has been called to the lanes. Some big rips down there give the win to Danny Spots. Dead on with a 6 to be 41 total. Locks out Stauba's 55 reaction time. As Stauba breaks it out 8 thou. No, not 8 thou. I thought he was dialing 8 flat. Goes 799 with a 2 on the 803. And Stauba done for the day. And that will conclude Cap Motorsports round number 3 of B&M Performance Junior Dragster. We'll head into Access Insurance Agency round number 3 of C2 Competition Conversion Machining Top Ball. Who have helped over 1,400 families buy or sell their home. Call Daryl at 484-336-7758 for any of your real estate needs. And here we go into racing action for C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. Barry Salter in the Nova 677 taking on Shane Jett 598. Win light, give it to Shane Jett by 003. Coming out swinging 9, 1 above 3 for the win as Salter is 20 dead, 5 to be behind at the stripe. Scott Franks 634 taking on Erica Grader 586. Win light, give it to Erica Grader, double breakout, 12 up front, 583, 7 on the 586 as Franks is 28 and 631.0 on the 634. Jason Lawrence up next, 653, taking on Jack Grader in the T-Bird, 525. One to a 17, win light to the 1, 651, 1 on a 653 for the double breakout as Grader is 17, goes 522.0 on the 525. Jason Lawrence moves in to round number 4. Rich Maganelli, 585, taking on Skylar Stump, 561. Win light, give it to Stump. 25 dead, 7 to be 32 total as Maganelli is 24 up front. Gets there first by 16, had to take 8 or less to turn it into a win light. Travis Hill 624 taking on Mike Barber in the Mustang 605. The win light goes to Barber. He's getting hot. 006. Breaks it out 2 thou on the big end as Travis Hill was 003 red and breaks it out 2 thou as well on the big end. Clean and green, and we're on identical reaction times. Win light, 002 margin of victory. Give it to John Reed. 27 total as he's 14, 1 above 3. And Steve Dunn is 14, 1 above 5 for the loss. Kristen Gagnon, 653, taking on Brandon Miller, 657. Win light, give it to Kristen. 009, breaking it out 2 thou in the double breakout run, as Miller was 11 and broke it out 9 thou. No good. Marcus McClure, 687, taking on Adam Keir, 599. Win light, give it to Adam Keir. 597 with a 3 on a 599 with a 38 late as Marcus McClure turned it red and then goes 686 3 on a 687 for the loss. Bobby Weltner, 624, taking on David Wing, 606. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need double entries for 4th round of ISC Racers Tape, 4th round for J Bros Promotions, round number 4 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Double entries to 1 and 2. No box doubles to 1 and 2. No box doubles to 1 and 2, please. Winley, give it to Weltner. He's dead on 4 to be 29 total. He'll take it around and go another round. Erica's doing her happy dance. David Wing, 6050 on the 606 is no good. Dalton Rolls, 515, taking on Andy Parcells, 616. Third round. Worst light, because there was no red lights in junior dragsters. We got J.T. Schaefer in no box and Logan Gianna Tiempo in junior dragster. So you have won a prize. Come to the bottom of the timing tower. J.T. Schaefer and Logan Gianna Tiempo. Give the win light to Dalton Rolls. 14 dead 8 for the win as Andy Parcell is 615 with a 1, a 616. And out of here with his 006 reaction time. Barry Sauter, 677, taking on Ron Reese, 624. Win light goes to Barry Sauter as he's 001. Dead on 3 to be 4 total. Nice little lap there. Ron Reese, 11. 2 above 4, just gets out of it. And Sauter will carry on. Shane Jett back up for his second, 598, taking on Rick Turkowski, 474. Last year's Sunday winner, trying to do it again. Junior dragsters, if you lost that round, you can still get in the shootout. Any of the juniors that lost that round and want to get in the shootout, there's still a chance. So head to the first floor of the Time Tower. You can still get in. This is not official, but looking like maybe after fourth round we'll start that shootout. Win light, give it to Turkowski by 002. He's 36, 1 above 7, as Shane Jett is 30, 2 above 5. And Turkowski by 002 turns on the electricity. Chris Wilson spankied out 451 over in the Octane 94 lane, Pro Torque lane here, Tower side. Jason Hall, 443. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for no box doubles to 1 and 2, please. Final call. Give the win to Jason Hoff, 17, 2 above 2, as Wilson turns it 001 red, throws away dead on 8. Jason Hoff moving on to round number 4. Jeff Taylor, 471, taking on Mark Kelly, 460. Win light, give it to Mark Kelly. Dead on with a 1 to be 21 total. Jeff Taylor, 10 up front, breaks it out 3 thou, took 14, had to take 11 or less, and cannot get the job done. Mike Rogers, 476, taking on Bobby Spence, 439. Also, we have another lucky loser prize vault winner. Biggest breakout for second round goes to Jeff Sarah. Jeff Sarah. We'll take all of no box to 1 and 2, please. Will Marshall, 1434, car number 1434. You are the wait and see by. Car number 1434, you are the wait and see by. That was a nasty lap there. 22 dead 5 to be 27 totals. Bobby Spence takes the 001 margin of victory over Mike Rogers, who's 9, 1 above 9. Gives that one back to Bobby Spence, but nevertheless, Spence will carry it on to round number 4. Severn Johnson, 471. Almost heads up with Jessica Hoff, 472. Double breakout, give the win to Jessica Hoff. She's 471.9 on the 472 dial with a 14 reaction time. As Severn is 26 up front, then goes 469.8 on the 471. Give the win to Jessica Hoff. Bob Murphy, 464 here at Tower Side, taking on Kevin Mendenhall in the Becky Mendenhall dragster. 494 the dial. Mendenhall has it all right here. 5, 1 above 9 to be 24 total. Murphy missed it. Puts it 1 above 2 to be 54 total and no good. Next up, Frank Zegg, 472, taking on Dan Waters, 514. Dragsters in lane 8. Load up and get ready. Dragsters in lane 8. Load them up. Get them ready. Waters with a starting line advantage at the stripe. A win light. Give it to Frank Zegg. Dead on with a 0 to be 30 total. Waters, I could hear that thing popping right about 300 foot. Something going on there. Goes 516 with an 8 on a 514 and out of here. Dave Deeds, 475, taking on John Taylor, 469. Deeds turns it 001 red and going to be kicking himself as John Taylor was not pretty on either end of the racetrack. Definitely an issue run there. Hopefully they get it fixed. Great matchup here. Greg Hicks, 466, taking on Michael Shoup, 477. Double breakout win. Give it to Hicks. He's 20. Then goes 465.8 on the 466. As Shoup 004 goes 467.7 on the 477. Took 17. Needed to take 15 or less. Bobby Inslee up next, 471. For the driver out of Crisfield, Maryland, taking on Greg Parsons, 479. Winlight, give it to Greg Parsons. He's 18. Then goes 476-2 on the 479. Inslee, 008 red, throws away, dead on 7. Don Matson up next, 465, takes on Matt Shell, 487. Shell's going to go wrap up in that Dreamweaver's blanket one more time. Stay nice and cozy. He's 5, breaking it out 2 thou, 486-8 on the 487. As Matson turns it 10 red and goes 468-0 on the 465. Jason Amy here, Tower Side, 511. Taking on Chris Reynolds. Reynolds, 453. Winlight double breakout, give it to Chris Reynolds, 452-0 on the 453 with a 48 light, as Amy 509-4 on the 511 is no good. We'll take ISC Racers tape, round number 4, B&M Performance Junior Dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Junior Dragsters to 7 and 8. Junior Dragsters to 7 and 8, please. One door 4, Winlight, give it to the 4. 4, dead 8 at 156 mile an hour is Travis Laster. 12 total and moving on. Andrew Black was 1, breaking it out. 9 thou, got there 20, needed to take 11 or less, but hard to judge. 156 coming on you like that. I need round number 1 of the Morris Performance Trans Sunday Shootout for Junior Dragsters to lane 6 and 6 only. Junior Dragsters for the shootout to 6 and 6 only. Winlight there goes to Nick Gianna Tiempo. 2, dead 8 to be 10 total. Bob Hickey is 2 red and 473-8 on a 475. Next up, Jednar 512. And Jake Straxter taking on Tom Stalba, 481. Winley, give it to Stalba as Nar breaks it out late on the let go. And Stalba made him pay. 15, 2 above 3 to take the 003 margin of victory. Or gets there first, 003, I should say. Nar 5.11.6 on the 5.12 is done for the day. Dalton rolls up in the dragster now, 445, taking on Paul Kelly, 460 here, Tower side. Winley, give it to Dalton Rolls. 30, 1 above 3 to be 43 total. Paul Kelly gets there first, breaks it out. Took 19, needed to take 18 or less. Breaks it out, 1 stinking thou. Dalton rolls on to round number next. And we are rolling into round number next of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. This is J Bros Promotions, round number 4. 4 no box. Dave Harvey III, 683, taking on Kurt Holland, 632. Winlake, give it to Kurt Holland. 004, dead 6, 10 total. Thanks for playing, Dave Harvey. Have a great trip back to New Jersey. 684.0 on the 683 dial. 32 total and out of here. Jeremy Stoker, 658 in the Camaro, taking on Marty Flagel in the Nova, 557. Give the win to Flegel as Stoker turns it 7 red, throws away dead 0. Oh, give him a hug, somebody. Give him a hug. Marty Flegel, 005 up front, was ready to go. Shuts it down early. Matt Wachowski, 635. Taking on Joe Dedrick, 632. Give the win to Joe Dedrick, 15, 1 above 5 to be 30 total as Wachowski, 52 on the hit, him breaking it out, 633.3 on the 635. Jamie Cologne, 594, taking on Sam Morgan here, Tower side. Samuel, 673. Jamie Cologne gets the win there, 598.3 on the 594, as Morgan 674.6 on the 673. Tony D. Leonardo in the Mustang 601, taking on Macy Stewart in the big body Chevelle 625. Once again, we have called juniors for the shootout to 6, juniors for the shootout to lane 6. Get the win there to Macy Stewart, dead on with a 4 to be 18 total. Leonardo was 27 up front, dead on 6, good lap, but not good enough. Paul Warner, Rich Windler, 716 here tower side. Windler, 641. .717 with the 9 on 716 is Warner for the win, as Windler 33 up front but breaks it out, 638 with the 7 on 641. Kevin Fahey in the Chargers, 820, taking on Evan Pouse, 656 in the wagon. Kevin turns it red, gives the win to Pouse. Pouse 40, and then breaking it out, 652.5 on the 656. Fahey 816 with the 4 and an 820. Steve Dustin 730 taking on Jeff Sarah. 598 the dial on Sarah's S10 over there. Give the win there to Jeff Sarah. Sarah 595.3 on the 598 as Dustin cracks it red and throws away dead on 8. Dalton Rolls, you are only double in top. We need you to lanes 3 or 4, please. Dalton Rolls, you're the only double in top. We need you with one of your cars to lanes 3 and 4, please, for 4th round of C2 competition converter and machining top ball. Dalton Rolls, we need you to lane number 3 or 4. Caleb Klein gets the win there, almost takes out the center cone on the way. Goes 646.9 on the 648 with a 30 late in the double breakout win over Ted Miley, who goes 727.6 on the 731. Dave Harvey III, 683, taking on Nate Mendenhall, 594. Win late there to Mendenhall, 20. Puts it 6 thou under. On the double breakout, takes out Harvey, who was 27, goes 680 with a 6 on a 683. Mendenhall moves on. Kurt Holland, 632, taking on Jeremy Stoker, 658. Once again, Dalton Rolls. Dalton Rolls, we need you to lane 3 or 4 with one of your cars for round number 4. Dalton Rolls. Dalton Rolls, need you there now, please, to lanes 3 and 4 with one of your cars for round number 4, top bulb. Winlight, give it to Jeremy Stoker. 11, one above 0 to be 21 total. Kurt Holland missed it. Very uncharacteristic of Kurt. 629, 2 on the 632, and headed for the cooler. Marty Flagel, 557, taking on Will Marshall. Marshall had to wait and see bye. He waited. He saw that he did not have a bye. 595 for the dart. Final call for Dalton Rolls to 3 and 4. Final call for Dalton Rolls to 3 and 4 with one of your cars. Flagel 001 red, give the win to Marshall. And Marshall 592.5 on the 595. Flagel 553.1 on the 557, and that will end J Brothers Promotions, round number 4 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We will take the rest of C2 competition conversion. Here we go. Quarterfinals, junior dragsters. First up, we got Aaron Willing, 798, taking on Danny Spot, 790. We are in the ISC Racers Tape round number 4 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters. Winlight, give it to Danny. 15 up front, puts it 796.2 on the 790. As Aaron misses it, goes 802.3 on the 798 for the loss. Next up, Charlie Blittersdorf, 798, taking on Joey Fordyce, 12-14. Once again, we've called all cars, dragsters and door cars, dragsters and door cars for top, the 3 and 4. All cars for top, the 3 and 4. At the straight, double breakout, get the win to Charlie Blittersdorf. 796-1 on the 798. As Joey breaks out more, 1209.5 on the 1214. Blittersdorf with the starting line advantage and the win. Paige Doney, 890, taking on Ella Ketterman, 797. Ella Ketterman with the win. Ella's 001 up front. She's 17 total. 001, one above 6. And Paige turned it red and goes 887.8 on the 890. You know, Andy, you could have spaced it out for poor Tommy. You could have put, Reagan first and Ella last. Now he had to run all the way back to the staging lanes, poor guy. Next up, Reagan Ketterman, 9 flat, taking on Paisley Anderson, 796. Reagan's green, Paisley's green, but Reagan's in big trouble. Paisley gets the job done. 8 flat with a 0 on a 796. For the 008 light, Reagan dead on with a 6 to unfortunately be 132 total. Paisley Anderson rolling on. Headed into the junior shootout now. I don't have the names on the screen, unfortunately. I think it's Steinke here, Tower Side, 792. Far lane, not sure, 803. Zach Gale is in the right lane. Double breakout, get the win here, tower side. Goes 788.9 on the 792 with a 30 late. Far lane, Zach, 797 on the 803 for the loss. Tower side, 817. Far lane, 795. Windlake, give it to the far lane, 794.4 on the 795. Tower side, 815.3 on the 817. Tower side 790, far lane 795. Windlake over to the far lane, 27 total. Dead on with a 0. Tower side was 009, but 796.9 on the 793 dial is no good. All right. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. I need Rapid Race Fuels. Round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box, to 1 and 2. If you are doubled, we don't think there are any doubles. We don't see any doubles, but in case we've missed it, get there now, please. H136X, you had the wait and see by. H136X, you have the wait and see by. And no box, no box. Round number 5 to 1 and 2, please. So here we go. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, round number 4 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. We're all combined as one here. First out is going to be Kevin Mendenhall, 494 in the dragster, taking on Dalton Rolls in the door car, 516. Win light, give it 2 rolls as Mendenhall cracks it red and then coasts it all down. Takes it for a Sunday drive. Dalton Rolls will keep carrying at least 1 entry into the next round. Skylar Stump, 562, and Frank Zegg, 472 in the dragster. Winlight's going to go to the dragster, 473 with an O on a 472 with a 16 latest Stump, 27 up front, then breaks it out down on the big end, 560 with a 7 on 562. Greg Parsons, 476, taking on Erica Grader here tower side, 584. Windlake, give it to the dragster. Dead on with a 6 to be 32 total. The door cars 006 up front and cannot get it done on the big end. Took 31, had to take 26 or less to turn on the electricity there was Erica. But Greg will keep moving on. We'll continue the door car on dragster theme. So far, the long and skinnies are 2-0. I like to see it. Kristen Gagnon here, 652. Taking on Mark Kelly, 460. And Mark Kelly loses one for the dragsters. Kristen, 31 total. Kelly had the starting line advantage, got there, and looks like got dropped on his head. Breaks it out 4th thou. Took 39, had to take 35 or less. Oh, yeah, just watched it on the Diamond State Digital live stream, and good work there, boys. The old wagon dropping that big nose. Chris Reynolds, 452. Taking on Shane Jets, 599. Windlake, dragster, 452-2 on the 452 to be 40 total. Shane Jett took all of it down there on the big end. Goes 597.5 on the 599 dial. Took 32, had to take 17 or less to find some electricity. Bobby Spence, 438. Taking on Barry Salter, 677. In the Nova.
We have another.
First person to come to the tower that can tell us what FRBR stands for besides for racers by racers wins a gift card.
All right. Salter's on out there in the middle. Here comes the dragster of Spence at the stripe. Windlake door car. 006 breaking it out. 8th thou on the big end is Barry Salter for the Windlake. Spence was 10 up front. Breaks it out 8th thou as well. The door car moving on to round number 5. Adam Keir, 599 in the S10. Taking on John Reed, 642. Eight to a 27 at the stripe. Brake lights on the 8. Wind light on the 8. 8 dead 5 to be 13 total is Adam Keir. Given the win as John Reed is 27 up front. Breaks it out 17 on the big end. And did not have a chance there. Was mathematically ineligible. Bobby Kreltner, or as the rest of us know him, Bobby Weltner. 624. Taking on Dreamweaver's own Matt Shell, 486 for the driver out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Top bulb. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. We're missing some cars. We don't have many left. So get them to the lanes. Top bulb to the lanes. For round number 4, we're missing quite a few cars. And Shell is going to have to go Dream as he goes 006 red He goes 485.3 on the 486. Bobby Kreltner is going to go another round. He's 8, breaking it out 5 thou. Firebird rolls on to round number next. Nick Gianatiempo, 505 on the dragster, takes on Mike Barber, 605 in the Mustang. Barber was flat and nasty last round. Don't let him get on a roll in this Mustang, or it's going to be a long night, boys and girls. Winlight, give it to Barber. 17 up front, breaks it out. 603.8 on the 605. Nick set up something wrong. Looks like he didn't put. He didn't put the numbers in. That's what it is. Because 506.6 on the 505 dial, and is out of here. Tower side, Jason Hall, 445, taking on Tom Stahlba, 479. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Rapid Race Fuels, round number 5, semifinals of Junior Dragsters to lane number 8, semifinals of Junior Dragsters to lane number 8, and round number 2, the Junior Dragster Shootout to lane number 6. Junior Shootout to 6. Main event to 8. Shootout to 6. Winlight, give it to Jason Hoff. 21, dead 1 to be 22 total. Locks out Stahlba's 27. As Stahlba goes 478.3 on the 479 for good measure, but no good. Hoff moving on to the next round. John Taylor here, 469 for his machine. Taking on Greg Hicks. Oh, this is not how they planned it at all. 466 for the teammates. Ripping it up on the big end. Winlight, give it to Greg Hicks. 468.8 on the 466 dial. The 13 reaction time as Taylor was a sit and duck. He's 55 total and no good. Greg Hicks moves on to the next round. Rick Turkowski, 474 in the dragster, taking on Jessica Hoff, 471 here tower side. Once again, Junior Dragster, semifinals to 8 of the main event, and shootout to lane 6. Junior shootout to 6, main event to lane 8. Winlight, give it to Jessica Hoff. Dead on with a 9 to be 35 total as Turkowski, 17 up front, gets there first, but breaks it out. Took 27, needed to take 18 or less to turn on the Winlight. Travis Laster, 417. Here tower side, taking on Dalton Rolls. Rolls figured, 440s, I won't have to get spotted by anybody. Wrong. Laster, 417, ready to go.
First person to bring their dog to the base of the tower gets a gift card.
Another challenge. Bring your dog. Get a prize. Hopefully the puppy gets a prize too. I mean, the puppy's deserving. It's you know, what's being used to get you a prize. So the dog deserves one too. in big, big trouble here. Win light, give it to Dalton Rolls. He carries 2 into the next round. 444.0 on the 446 dial with 11 light as Laster 414.2 on the 417, but 55 on the let go is no good. And with the buy run, Jason Lawrence, 650 on the dial board. And this will complete Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling round number 4 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. It's all right, Jason. We've got all night. As Elmer would say over at Mason-Dixon, this is a great time to wish everybody out there a happy birthday. We could go through the whole list. Jason Lawrence, not quite going to get it done. Trip zip, breaks it out. 645.7 on the 650. Lawrence moves on to round number next. Be doing some track prep here for just a minute. So drivers in 1 and 2, don't go far from your cars. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. 6 for the shootout, 8 for the semifinals. We'll be back to you in just a moment. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Dalton Rolls, we need you to bring one of your cars up to lanes 3 and 4 for ISC Racers Tape round number 5. Of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. So Dalton Rolls, we know you just went down the track, but need your other car back up here for lanes 3 and 4. That's the glorious part of being doubled. You get to run around like a chicken with your head cut off. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. It's a lovely thing, especially when you go to the pay window at the end of the night when you're doubled this far into it. So it's a good problem to have. So Dalton Rolls, need you to lanes 3 and 4 for ISC Racers Tape round number 5 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Drivers in 1 and 2. Looks like you can load them up. It is Rapid Race Fuels, round number 5 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. Marty Flagel here, tower side, 556, taking on Jeremy Stoker, 658 in the Camaro. Here comes Flagel. It's a 1 to a 5. Win light 1. Flagel is 555.8 on the 556 with the double breakout win. Breaks it out 2,000. He's 1 up top. Stoker 005 gets there first. 656. 1 on the 658. Now takes 13 at the big end. Good lap. Not good enough. Marty Flagel moves on to round number 6. Nate Mendenhall now 593 for the Chevy Toys. Taking on Will Marshall in the Dodge Dart. 593. It's a gentleman's joust, as they would say over there in Ohio. Green on both sides, win light, Mendenhall, 28 total, dead on with a 4, and moving on. Will Marshall, 1 above, 7 to be 60 total, no good, can't give that kind of lap to Nathan Mendenhall. He'll make you pay every time. Macy Stewart here, tower side, 625 in the big Chevelle, taking on Caleb Klein in the Dodge Dakota. See what Klein has up his sleeve this time. Last round, I thought he was going to take out the mile-an-hour cone down there at the 660. Win light, Caleb Klein. 22 breaks it out less on the double breakout, 648.3 on the 649. As Macy's 006 up front, but breaks it out 8 thou, 624.2 on the 625, and headed home to West Virginia. Country roads. It's not good if I start singing. Paul Warner, 716, taking on Jamie Cologne, 593. Jamie turns at 19 red, gives Paul Warner the win. 007 up front, 1 above, 1 to be 18 total. And moving on, Cologne throws away dead on 8. Dalton Rolls needs you to 3 and 4, please. Dalton Rolls with one of your cars needs you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Jeff Serra back up into pickup, 596, taking on the wheels, taking the Vega wagon of Evan Powell, 656. Sarah starting to figure it out off the hoof, down at the stripe, win light, Jeff Sarah, 45 total, gets the win light, Pouse hogged up the stripe as Sarah was all over the brakes. You can see the brake lights from up here, and Pouse, 22 up front, breaks it out, 17 on the big end, took 40, and did not get the job done there. Had to take 23 or less. Calculator wasn't working there for a second. Marquee matchup of the round. Kurt Holland, 630. Joe Diedrich, 632. We're clean and green on both sides. We are almost identical at the stripe. Win light. Give it to Kurt Holland. Dead on with a 2. 15 total. Joe Diedrich mathematically eliminated from the start. Wasting gas. 630 with a 9 out of 632. Kurt Holland rolls on to round number 6. All right, Dalton Rolls is there. I need all of ISC Racers Tape round number 5 for C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. All Top Bulb needs you to 3 and 4, please. All of Top Bulb to 3 and 4, please. Here we go, semifinals of the Junior Dragsters. We've got Danny Spots, 790 here, Towerside out, Douglasville, PA, taking on York, Pennsylvania's Paisley Anderson, 796. And Paisley Anderson turns it red. Danny Spots headed to the final round where he will face somebody here in the burnout box. We've got issues. They've shut them off. But Paisley 8033 on the 796 turned it red. Danny Spots 789.6 on the 790 takes the win. So something on the track down there at the 660. Track crews have picked it up and headed back. Oh, a couple things out there, looks like. Multiple stops. Everybody say it with me. Run, Andy, run. Yes, Route 1. That's how we get back to Delaware. Route 1, that is correct. Once again, we've called all cars for top bulb 2, 3, and 4. All cars for top bulb should be in 3 and 4. All cars in the junior shootout should be loaded up and rolling down and ready to go as we got our second pair of the semifinals. It's Ella Ketterman, $7.99 for the young lady out of Laurel, Delaware, taking on West Grove, Pennsylvania's Charlie Q-Ball Blittersdorf. Oh, man, what a race we've got here in the junior dragsters. 10 to a 14 at the stripe, a win light. Give it to Charlie Blittersdorf, 15 total. Ella, 14 up front, breaks it out, 798. Oh, and the 799 dial. Heartbreaking loss for Herb. Charlie Blittersdorf into the final round. Attention the pits, attention the pits. I have a special invitation to Adam Keir. You are invited to lanes 3 and 4. Adam Keir, you are cordially invited to lanes 3 and 4 to join the top bulb party. And with us coming up on the final rounds, another good time to remind you, the Daryl Tillman Realty Group and Daryl and Lisa Tillman have helped over 1,400 families buy or sell their home. Call Daryl at 484-336-7758 for any of your real estate needs. And that any racer winning their class with a perfect run will receive a check for $2,500. Any racer winning their class with a 5-pack or better will receive a check for $500. And any racer winning their class with a 10-pack or better will receive a check for $250. Those do not compound. But I want to thank Daryl Tillman and the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, everyone there, for their sponsorship and partnership with that program. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Roadrunner Race Fuels. Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling round number 6. We need you to lanes 1 or 2, please. Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 6. Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling round number 6. We need you to 1 and 2.
First person to come to the tower and dump a bottle of water on Andy's head wins a gift card.
Oh boy. Good luck with that one, y'all. First person to come to the timing tower and dump a bottle of water on Andy's head wins a gift card. All righty. Here we go. ISC Racers Tape, round number 5 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Ball. We got Dalton Rolls, 5:15. Taking on Frank Zegg, 4:72 in the dragster. Win light, give it to Dalton Rolls. He's on a roll. 5:16 with a 4 on a 5:15 with a 7 light. He's 21 total. Zeg missed it completely to go dead 0 and be 62 total. No good. Dalton rolls into round number 6 with at least 1 entry. Chris Reynolds, Bear, Delaware's own, 452 the dial for the Reynolds towing machine. Taking on Jason Lawrence. Lawrence in the Camaro, 649. And while Jason is working on getting up to the stage beam, this is a good time if you need to file your taxes or go to the bathroom or take up knitting. You have plenty of time to do so while Jason's finding his way to the pre-stage beam. And Reynolds drops it big red, gives the win to Jason Lawrence. Reynolds 451.4 on the 452 as Lawrence goes 647.3 on the 649 with a 007 light. Greg Parsons 476 tower side. Jason Hoff 444. Ripping it on the big end, give the double breakout win to Jason Hoff. He breaks it out 2 thou. He's 11 up front, goes 443.8 on the 444 as Greg Parsons breaks it out 4 thou, 475.6 on the 476 with a 17 reaction time. Jason Hoff moves into round number 6. Kristen Gagnon, 651, takes on Greg Hicks, 465 on the dragster. Win light there goes to Greg Hicks. He's 6, dead 6, 12 total. Locks out Kristen's 19 reaction time as Kristen goes down and breaks it out 650 with a 3 on a 651. Hicks rolls into the next round. Bobby Kreltner, 624 the dial for the Firebird. Taking on Adam Keir, 599 for the driver out of Statesville, North Carolina. At the stripe, win light, give it to Bobby Kreltner. He's 25 total, 22 dead 3. Keep it going there, Weltner. But Adam Keir breaks it out on the big end, 598.7 on the 599. He was mathematically ineligible, 28 on the let go, no good. Bobby Weltner rolls it into the next round. Mike Barber, 604, taking on Jessica Hoff, 471. We're clean and green on both sides. Jessica Hoff is coming and has a lot of work to do. Cannot get it done. Mike Barber, 20 total, 15 dead 5 to grab the win. Cannot give him that kind of room. He'll make you pay every single time. Jessica Hoff breaks it out, 470 with a 5 on a 471. Mike Barber moves into round number 6. So one more pair before we complete ISC Racers tape round number 5 of C2 competition for converter and machining top bulb. We got Barry Salter and Dalton Rolls back there. While it's quiet, we need junior finals to lane 8, junior finals to lane 8, and round 3 of the shootout to lane 6. Round 3 of the shootout to 6, junior finals to lane 8. B&M Performance Junior Dragster main event finals to lane 8. Morris Performance Transmission Junior Dragster shootout round number 3 to lane 6. And we can get no box back to 1 and 2. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, round number 6 of Road and Road and Race Fuels, no box to 1 and 2. We should have B&M Performance Junior Dragster final going to lane 8. Morris Performance Transmission Junior Shootout to lane 6. And we are still currently in ISC Racers Tape round number 5 of C2 Competition Converter Machining Top Bulb. Waiting on one more pair. Also, while it's quiet, Marcus McClure, you lost, but now you won. You're the third round lucky loser in top. Marcus McClure, you are the third round lucky loser in top. So here we go, final pair. ISC Racers Tape, round number 5, a C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Tower side, Barry Salter, 676 in the 72 Nova. Out of Afraid Pennsylvania. Taking on Dalton Rolls out of Muncie, Pennsylvania. Dialed 444 in the American Dragster. Well, their driver was excited about leaving the starting line. Win light, give it to Dalton Rolls, 1 above 2 to be 54 total, which made Barry Salter mathematically ineligible. Salter, we won't talk about the reaction time. We'll just say that he went 677 with a 0 on a 676 to be 73 total. So Barry Salter in that beautiful Nova out of here in round number 5. Once again, we should have junior finals in 8, shootout in 6. We should have no box in 1 and 2. And top, you can go ahead and cool them, fuel them, retool them, and get them back to 3 and 4.
Is it on? First person to bring a football to the bottom of the tower wins a prize.
All right. Get out the pigskin. First person to bring a football to the bottom of the timing tower wins. Here we go. Noah James here, tower side, 792, far lane. I'm not exactly sure, but 792 heads up dial. Semifinals of the shootout. Win light, give it to Noah James. 10, 3 above to be 40 total. Takes out the far lane. 794-1 on a 792. 21 light, good lap. But Noah James, 002 margin of victory. Moving on. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Rapid Race Fuels, round number 6 of C2 Competition Converter Machining top bulb to lanes 3 and 4, please. Top bulb to 3 and 4, top bulb to 3 and 4. Some whopping on the big end, give it to the far lane. 8019 on the 804 for the win. That was your quarterfinals. There was a bye. The bye elected not to take the run, and so we'll be down to 3 cars. Now we head into B&M Performance Junior Dragsters final round. Tower side, it's cue ball, Charlie Blittersdorf. He's going to be taking on Danny Spots. Spots over in the far lane. Clean and green on both sides. Here we go. Danny Spots, Charlie Blittersdorf down at the stripe. Win light, give it to cue ball. 798.8 on the 798 dial. He's 41 total for the win. Spots had him at the starting line 22 to 33, but gets there first by 23. Breaks it out fourth. Thou had to take 19 or less. Charlie Blittersdorf, you're a winner here in B&M Performance Junior Dragster at Sunday on the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown. Paige Doney, they need you to the tower, please. Paige Doney to the tower, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a formal invitation to Dalton Rolls. Dalton Rolls, you are cordially invited to lanes 3 and 4. Dalton Rolls, you are cordially invited to lanes 3 and 4. Great response time, Dalton. Great response time. All right, here we go. Quarterfinals of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. It is Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling round number 6. Paul Warner here, Tower Side, in the Malibu wagon, 716, taking on Nathan Mendenhall. Mendenhall been here, Tower Side, all day long. He's down 594, now over in the Octane 94 far lane. We're clean and green. Here comes Mendenhall at the stripe. A win light. Give it to Warner. 718-0 on the 716 dial. With a 28 reaction time, gives him the win as Mendenhall gets there first and misses the drop. As Warner drops the young buck on his head, and he breaks it out. 591.5 on the 594, and Paul Warner rolls on to the semifinals. Kurt Holland, 630, taking on Caleb Klein in the Dodge Dakota, 648. Clean and green on both sides. Neither driver wanted it. They're almost identical. Win light, give it to Caleb Klein. Breaks it out 647.8 on the 648 with a 57 reaction time. Kurt, bad time to miss it. 52, breaks it out 629.5 on the 630 dial. Caleb Klein goes down to 3 cars. Next up, Seth Jarrah. 596 in the pickup, taking on Marty Flagel, 557. Jeff, traditionally in the long and skinny, going off the top. He's coming off the bottom here in the pickup. Oh, 003 red for Jeff Sarah. Give the win to Marty Flagel. Flagel is 008 and shuts it down early. Sarah shows his hand, 592.6 on the 596. Marty Flagel down to 3. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the staging lanes, here's how this will go for the remainder of the event. You're going to come out of the staging lanes. You're going to go into the burnout box. You're going to do a burnout. You're going to pull up to the tree. You're going to stage. You're going to make your run. If the electricity lights on your side of the racetrack, you are going to go down the return road. You're going to grab a time slip, and you're going to drive right back to those staging lanes you're in right now. That's called round robin. So we need you to bring with you what you're going to need. It's a round robin time, ladies and gentlemen. Quarterfinals, top ET. Coming out next. It is Rapid Race Fuels, round number 6 of C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. It's time to party in Top Bulb. Jason Hoff, 442, taking on Mike Barber, 603. This might be the marquee match of the round right here, ladies and gentlemen. And Barber clicks it 5 red. Jason Hoff is down to the semifinals. Hoff, 442.7 on the 442 dollies, 27 total. Barber shuts it down early after turning it 005 red. Here we go. Bobby Kreltner in the Firebird, 624. Taking on Jason Lawrence in the Camaro, 650. Bobby, take your time. Jason's in no hurry to pre-stage. All right. Jason Lawrence has done his grocery shopping. Now we're ready to stage. Weltner is in. Lawrence is in. Here we go. Here comes Kreltner. Bobby Weltner. Here's the starting line advantage. Win like Bobby Weltner, baby. 13 dead on 8. Keep it rolling. 21 total. Weltner's wearing them out in the Firebird. Jason Lawrence, 35 up front. 651.4 on the 650. Maybe if he had staged faster, he would have got a better reaction time. Now it's Dalton Rolls here, tower side, dialed in at a 5:15. He'll take on Dalton Rolls over in the far lane, dialed in at a 5:15. That's right. Dalton Rolls carrying 2 down to 6 and running himself in the semis. And Dalton Rolls 10 dead 5 to be 15 total against himself. And getting the ladder by run is Greg Hicks. So we'll be down to 4 cars. Jason Hoff, Bobby Weltner, Greg Hicks, and Dalton Rolls. Bring them right back to the lanes. Service them in the lanes. It's round robin time. No box. You should be bringing them right back to the lanes. Junior shootout. You should be right back to the lanes. And Hicks shuts it right on down. As you win, you come right back to the staging lanes. Bring your fuel, your air gauge, your tanks, your anything, your lucky charm, your mistress, your girlfriend, your wife, all of the above. Bring everybody to the staging lanes to help you. Up next, semifinals of the Junior Dragster Shootout. Here we go, semifinals. We're only going to get one pair as the bye run is not taking the run, which is Noah James. So who's going to meet Noah James in the finals? It's going to be Logan Anderson here, tower side, 8 flat, or Paul Stauba, 801 over in the far lane. And temporary pause. Logan Anderson is going to go to the finals to meet Noah James. And now we're down to 3 cars. It's the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, round number 7, semifinals of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. We've got Paul Warner taking on Caleb Klein. Bumming it in, here we go. Clean and green on both sides. Down at the stripe, one light. Give it to Paul Warner. Dead on with a 4 to be 45 total. 007 margin of victory. Caleb Klein gave that one back. 646.9 on the 645. 33 up front. And gives it back by 007 down at the big end. Paul Warner going to the finals where he'll face Marty Flegel. Here we go. It is the Daryl Tillman Realty Group, round number 7, a C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. Semifinals coming at you. We've got Tower Side, Jason Hoff, 4:42, taking on Dalton Rolls, 5:15. We are ready to go racing. Find out who's going to win $15,000 in C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. We're clean and green on both sides. Here comes the dragster. Door car in control. Win light door car. 8, 2 above, 5 to get the win. And put out Jason Hoff. Hoff is 16, 3 above, 4 and no good. Dalton rolls to the final round, where he will face either Greg Hicks, 465 on the dragster over in the Octane 94 lane, Tower Side. In the Pro Torque lane, it's Bobby Kreltner, 623 the dial for the Firebird. Will it be an all-door car final, or will it be dragster and door car? We're about to find out. We're pre-staged on both sides. Staged and ready to go. Here comes the tree. Weltner's off and gone. Here comes the dragster. Dragster chasing them down. Weltner in big trouble. Weltner done. Win light Greg Hicks, 009, puts it 4 above, 2 on the 465 dial. Weltner picked a bad time to miss it. 625, 4 on the 623. And Greg Hicks will meet Dalton Rolls in the finals for $15,000 in C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. So we're down to the finals of everything. The junior shootout, Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, C2 competition converters and machining top bulb. In the Morris Performance Transmission Sunday shootout, it's going to be Logan Anderson taking on Noah James. In Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, it's going to be Paul Warner taking on Marty Flagel. And in C2 competition converter and machining top bulb, it'll be Greg Hicks taking on Dalton Rolls. Here we go, final round of the Morris Performance Trans Sunday Shootout for the Junior Dragsters. Tower side, Logan Anderson, 8 flat, taking on Noah James. James, 791 for the driver out of Seaford, Delaware. Taking on Logan Anderson out of York, Pennsylvania. Here we go. We're clean and green on both sides, and oh my goodness, is Logan Anderson in control here. Logan Anderson for the win, 809.5 on the 8 flat, as Noah James picked a really bad time to take a nap. 795.0 on the 791. Congratulations to Logan Anderson, your winner in the Morris Performance Trans Sunday Shootout in Junior Dragster. I think Andy was excited because that means he just gets to pay himself. Here we go, final round of Roadrunner Racefields No Box in the Daryl Tillman Independent Showdown, 6th annual event by FRBR Promotions here at Maple Grove Raceway. Will anybody collect the Daryl Tillman Realty Group bonus? Perfect run gets you $2,500. 5-pack or better, $500. 10-pack or better, $250. Who are you riding with here? Will it be the Malibu Wagon Tower side of Paul Warner, 716? Out of Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania, or out of Ephrata, Pennsylvania, will it be the 67 Nova of Marty Flagel, 557 the dial on the Chevy Twice. We're clean and green on both sides. It's anybody's drag race down at the stripe. Win light, give it to Party Marty Flagel, 558.2 on the 557 dial with a 008 reaction time. 20 total is Marty Flagel. Tough pack for Paul Warner to get inside of. He was 18 up front, puts it dead on with a 7 to be 25 total. Great lap, wonderful final round. Congratulations to Marty Flagel, your winner in Roadrunner Racefields No Box here at the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown. Here we go. Final round of the weekend here at the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown. It's C2, Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. $15,000 to win. Who's it going to be? Will it be the long and skinny here tower side of Greg Hicks, 465? Or is it going to be Dalton Rolls in the Chevy Twice? The beautiful, beautiful Chevy 2 over there. 517 the dial for him over in the Octane 94 lane. Hicks has completed the burnout. Backed up, pulling up. Ready to go. We're both pre-staged. Rolls is in. Here comes Hicks. Tree is there. We're clean and green. Here comes the Drax of the door car in big trouble. Win light, give it to Greg Hicks. 467.6 on the 465 dial with a 006 reaction time. Takes out Rolls. Rolls goes 518.3 out on the 517 dial with a 38 light. Greg Hicks, your winner in C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Ball. $15,000 main event here at the 6th Annual Daryl Tillman Independence Showdown, presented by FRBR Promotions at Maple Grove Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up here this weekend. If you're watching it online at home, thank you for tuning in. Those watching at home, we're not done yet. We'll see you down in Victory Lane for the interviews here in just a few minutes. Attention to the pits. If you rode off on a scooter and you thought it was yours, it isn't. It's the Flagel scooter, and they would like that back, please. It's a Honda, and we'll just stop everybody at the gate until you leave to, check trailers and everything else. So, if you have a Honda and you thought it was yours, you were unfortunately incorrect. Test check. Mic check. All right. We're down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with the one, the only, Charlie Cue Ball Blittersdorf. Oh, they got you. Charlie, you need new friends.
No, they're fine.
Man, you just seem to turn on when it comes to these FRBR races, and you just don't let up. You've got the full set now, and man, you're on a tear here lately. This probably feels pretty good headed to Bristol in a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I just can't do anything at Coastal Clash, but everybody says that Independent Showdown is just my race, and I think they're right.
Yeah, man. I mean, you've got the number here at Maple Grove, and when Independence rolls around, it's your time to shine. You laid down some great laps out there today, and you knew you had to get it done a couple times. You had a little bit of luck when you needed it, but you got it done most of the time. And I know you got to be super excited to be taking this one home.
I'm very excited. I'd like to thank my parents, my mom, my dad, all my sponsors on the side of my car, PRE, PRP, B&M Performance, and Bill Service Center, AA Auto Salvage. I think that's about it.
And you're getting a lot better at these interviews, too.
I appreciate that. I'm not very good at interviews. I get nervous.
You're doing great, man. Congratulations. You picked up the big win in B&M Performance Junior Dragster, and you're off to the next race, and I'm sure we'll see you here again in Victory Lane with FRBR.
I hope so.
Charlie Bluesdorf, your winner here today in B&M Performance Junior Dragster. Once again, check your trailers. If you have a scooter and it's a Honda and you thought it was yours, it's not. Please bring it back to the tower for the Flagels. They would really appreciate that. Or take it to his trailer. No questions asked. Everybody makes mistakes, grabs the wrong thing. It's all good. We're all human here. Good news, we've got the scooter. All right. Back down here again for the Morris Performance Transmission Junior Dragster Shootout winner. Let's make some noise for Logan Anderson. Logan, buddy, it's been a tough weekend for you, but, you were able to find the final win late here in the Morris Performance Shootout, and you got that after the ultimate show of sportsmanship there in the semis, let him Paul the car, and that was, hats off to you for doing that. Great job, and tell us about your weekend, man.
So for the beginning of the weekend, it was just like, I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, so the weekend started pretty tough. We got rained out the first day. The second day, car is just not going, and we're not working. And we lost today, and then we got in the shootout. I didn't really think I was going to go that far. I thought I was going to lose to that kid over there, Jackson Griner. I want to thank him, by the way. Another thing I want to talk about, this is my first check, and it's going out to Maverick Griner because he bullies me all the time. Thank you.
We know your maintenance program could use some work because your dad is, behind that. Thankfully, you have, good people that also help to help keep you rolling, like your mom. So we, just want to congratulate you on all the great work that you've done all weekend. Your dad's very happy right now. He couldn't be happier that you've won. He just said that you're number one in his heart and here today on Victory Lane. So congratulations. Who else do you have to thank?
I got to thank my family, my dad, my mom, my grandpas, Jackson, TT, Shane Connor, Thunder Thighs. Oh, look at my car. Oh. I want to thank Fish, B&M, Glick. Can I hold this? Yeah, B&M, FCP. Yeah. I said B&M.
All right, buddy. Congratulations. Way to get it done. And we look forward to seeing you in more FRBR victory lanes coming soon. Congratulations. Logan Anderson, your Morris Performance Transmission Junior Drag Shootout winner. All right, here we go. Marty Flagel, my man. This is one bad piece, dude. Congratulations. The winner here today in Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. Man, congratulations, dude. Again, you're just straight nasty with this thing. It is so deadly. You ripped the tree down, and you know when you got to drop it on the big end, too. Great job out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How'd the day go for you? How'd you feel in the seat? How was it, behind the wheel for you?
I started the day with a 50 bulb and a 56 bulb and got away with the win, and then I got lucky, and that's what it takes to get to this point is you need a couple of lucky rounds, and after that I found the tree, and we were good to go. And the car was like dead on every run. It was mint. So made my job easier.
Absolutely, and Brian Motorsports really helping out the conversation over here. All right. Thanks, Brian. So, Marty, man, congratulations. Another great win for you. Another big check, another FRBR trophy to add to the collection. And we look forward to seeing you here back in Door Wars to maybe get a few more.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Marty Flagel, your winner in the Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box here at the Daryl Tillman's Realty Group Independent Showdown. Last and final interview here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with Greg Hicks. Greg, congratulations, man. You guys were trying to debate on who the big money racer last night down in the tower, and I mean, you just nutted up and said, it's me.
Didn't Jeff say not him?
I don't think there's anybody behind you. No, yeah, no. Well, I mean, no. It's all right. Man, you guys got a killer team. You all are all over the place. You make the short toe from Arizona, and man, great job out there today. You carried 2 for a while, and you guys were consistent though. You carried 2 and then lost them all at the same time. That was impressive. Yeah, that was the plan. Okay, good deal. But great job out there in the ride.
It was good, man. The car was really good. I made a little shock change this morning. I actually was helping out somebody else and was like, yeah, my car hasn't been that good. So I made a little change, and it was pretty good. So I've struggled on the tree a little bit, through last year, and been a little bit of a funk. And Jeff Serra took me out when I got here. Thursday morning, and took me to the bar that night and gave me a little pep talk. So worked out pretty good.
His pep talks, I found, usually end up with a heavier head on the next day, but sometimes maybe, anywho. Great job out here today, man. Congratulations. You're the C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb winner and 15 grand richer.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I got Jason Dawson, my buddy back home. He built this motor for me in my garage right before we went to Galat in April, and I think we were all pretty surprised it's still together. So that's pretty cool. Shout out to Grandma Pat. She's back home. She's got a pretty rough diagnosis medically, and we all love her, and she supports all of us. I know she'd rather see Corey Galitti win than me, but it's a close second. So, my wife and kid back home, they were cheering. They're here on the FaceTime with us. And Shane Thompson, obviously, he gets upset if I don't mention his name, but he didn't really do anything this weekend, but he's supportive, so we love him. Obviously Jeff and John, we make a pretty good team. Seems like there was always somebody carrying the flag. So.
Yeah, man, absolutely. You guys got the job done down at Galat for the Sean Serra race, and I know you've hit a couple more races since then, and here you are again. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you back at more FRBR races, and keep going, keeping on.
I appreciate it. And this one's also for Big John. He's been telling me I suck for like 5 years, so eat it.
Congratulations, Greg Hicks, your winner here in C2 Competition Converters and Machining Top Bulb. And that will round out the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown here at Maple Grove Raceway. On behalf of FRBR Promotions, we want to thank each and every one of you for showing up here today, and for all those tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital. Before I sign off, I want to be sure to tell my main man, Mason, miss you, buddy. Give Mommy a big hug and a kiss. Paige, thanks for holding down the fort for me so we can keep doing this and growing the Diamond State Digital brand. Andy, Shane, thank you guys for having us. Everybody drive safe on your way home. We'll see you next time here on Diamond State Digital. I'm Chad Cattell, signing off.